Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to today's meeting. It's still 1 o'clock and we're underway. And first, I'd like to invite our Deputy Mayor to read our land acknowledgement. Shirley.
Good afternoon, everyone. We would like to begin by acknowledging that we are meeting on the traditional lands and treaty territory of the Saugeen Ojibwe Nation, which includes the Chippewas of Nawash Unceded First Nation and the Chippewas of Saugeen First Nation. We also recognize the Métis, whose ancestors shared this land and these waters. We extend our gratitude to all Anishinaabe and Métis peoples and their descendants, past, present, and future, who continue to care for and inhabit these lands and tend these waters.
Now, I'll just ask you to join with me in a moment of silent reflection on today's business. Thank you. I should mention that we have regrets today from Councillor Forder, who is a little under the weather, and however, we have quorum. And do we have any disclosure of pecuniary interest? Deputy Mayor?
Your Worship, I will declare an interest in item 8.1B, the Meaford Fire Regulating Bylaw.
Okay, thank you. Announcements. Oh, Tony, sorry, go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, I will be declaring on item 8.2D, the metalworking shop down on the 7th line.
Okay, thank you. Announcements. Do we have any announcements from council? Councillor Urick.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd be remiss if I didn't say that Christmas on the Bay was a huge success, and we were really grateful for all the support from the municipality, staff, town, everyone. But compared to last year, there were 6,400 people came through in 2022. We had approximately 9,500 this year, so almost 50% increase. So that was very, very happy to see that kind of turnout and support. One of the things, Brandon, of course, couldn't be here today, but he did want just to mention in regards to, because in concert with Christmas on the Bay, the library was a big part of that. And on behalf of the board, he wanted to announce that the library saw 1,200 people through the library doors between Friday to Sunday, with 24 new library memberships created in the 3 days, where normally there would be 8 to 10 in that period. So, and Santa had over 150 visitors on Sunday. So in general, it was a pretty good boon for the town's economic development that weekend. And it was a great success.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Keaveney.
Thank you, Your Worship, and my personal congratulations to all the organizers of Christmas on the Bay as well. And I also wanted to extend congratulations to Bryn and Megan Silk for their recent appearance on Dragon's Den. And they were very successful and received support from Arlene Dickinson for their gingerbug product, which was their brainchild, and which they began producing right here on a farm up at the end of the 16th Side Road. And this product is just flying off shelves apparently. So we're looking forward to following their success, and just thrilled to see them on the Dragon's Den show.
Thank you. Any other announcements from council? I'm going to turn it over to you then, Matt Smith, our interim CAO.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just two things for me, both thinking about what's happening in January. I know everybody is eager to see the municipality's budget, and so we just wanted to give a reminder to the public that there will be plenty of ways to get involved in that process. Information will be posted online as it becomes available at meaford.ca/budgets. Excuse me, including the meeting schedule, information on how to get involved. And after January the 15th, you'll be able to view the 2024 draft budget there, which is when council will see it for the first time. The other thing is that the Mayor's Levy is coming up on Sunday, January the 7th. Mayor Kentner will be hosting the levy for the public, council and staff at the galleries at Meaford Hall from 2 till 4. Come and enjoy some light refreshments and chat with the Mayor and anybody else who is there. Mayor Kentner will also be at the Meaford and St Vincent Arena on January the 7th from 12 till 2 during public skating. So bring your family and your skates and enjoy some free public skating. And I hear a rumour there might be some free hot chocolate.
Yes. And just let me say at this point, how welcome you all would be at the mayor's levy. You don't have to be, a multi-million-dollar developer to attend. It's open to everyone, and in particular ratepayers. And I hope all councillors will pop in and during the afternoon and be available to meet and greet and talk about anything you'd like to talk about. If that's it for announcements, then we move into the public participation portion of the meeting. And members of the public are encouraged to provide council with their comments and questions. Presentations must be prearranged with legislative services before the agenda is released and will be limited to 10 minutes. If a member of the public wishes to make a deputation on items on the council agenda or ask a public question of council, they may do so either in person at the council chambers or remotely via Zoom, phone, or internet. Members of the public wishing to make a deputation or ask a public question must register in advance as well with legislative services by 10 a.m. On the day of. And you can do that by contacting the deputy clerk at meaford.ca. The phone number is 519-538-1060, extension 1100. An email with access information will be sent to those who register for remote participation. Deputations, I remind you, are limited to 5 minutes and public questions to 2 minutes. And the public can watch this meeting live via the Municipality of Meaford's YouTube channel, www.meaford.ca/YouTube. We have no presentations today, but we do have some deputations. And I'm going to invite now Jennifer Farker. All of these, by the way, are to do with the short-term accommodations matter that is before us today. And Jennifer, if you just come to the podium and Matt will turn on your mic.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Jennifer, and I understand there are some irresponsible short-term rental owners in this municipality. Owners who are perhaps unconcerned about the noises that come from their rental home, or who are unresponsive when a neighbor makes a complaint. They don't care. It's not their neighborhood. I really appreciate that council wants to solve this problem. Let me introduce myself a little further. I'm a committed member of my community. I was nominated for a Women's Community Building Award 2 years ago. I volunteer my time at my children's elementary schools and drive part of my son's volleyball team to games multiple times a week. I have a little In Bloom award sign in my front yard from the municipality for keeping a vibrant and sustainable yard. I do these things because I'm a person who believes in the importance of being a positive force in one's community. I'm also a short-term rental owner, managing my Meaford property from a distance. I've come here today to put a face on short-term rental owners because I believe this is likely a situation of a few bad actors fouling the stage for everyone else. Please allow me to give you a little context into my family's short-term rental situation, which I believe has quite a bit in common with many other cottage owners in the area who rent out their property. My family lives in Kitchener and owns a waterfront cottage here in Meaford Municipality, which we rent out part-time. We have a property manager, a caring and dedicated woman who lives less than a 5-minute drive from our cottage and who is on call 24/7 for any issues that arrive at the property. When we take bookings from our property, we screen potential renters carefully. In general, we select families and older, more mature groups to minimize the risk of parties. We've gotten to know our neighbors in the area and consider many of them friends. Before our renters arrive at our cottage, we communicate with them about all the ways they need to behave in order to be good neighbors. We've had noise meters installed around the outside of the cottage property, which we monitor from a distance to make sure our renters are following our noise rules. And we've had outdoor cameras installed on the property to ensure there are no extra vehicles or extra people arriving at the cottage. We've also hired a person to come and take away all the garbage at the end of our renters' stay. In other words, we go to great lengths to be good members of the community. Our cottage rental also employs a handful of local staff, which includes our property manager, several cleaning staff, landscapers, contractors, handymen, and sometimes even local chefs and spa personnel who are hired to come over. We leave a binder on the cottage living room coffee table, highlighting local attractions, restaurants, shops, and activities to encourage our guests to get out and explore the area and consequently spend their tourism dollars. Even though I don't live in Meaford, as a local short-term rental owner, I consider myself part of the network of the Meaford community, and I want what is best for this region. Are we the kind of operation you'd like to see shut down? I don't believe we are, just as I don't believe the vast majority of STAs are. In my family's case, if short-term rentals were licensed in a way that made renting our cottage unfeasible, we would be forced to sell our beloved family cottage where we've made many cherished memories and are considering retiring to. A municipality like Meaford is cottage country at its finest, the type of place many Ontario families spend the best week of their year making precious family memories year after year. If overly stringent short-term rental bylaws crop up all over Canadian cottage country, we will in effect be making cottage life impossible for most Canadian families. Is this what we want? I see from the municipality of Meaford website that this municipality's mission is to grow our economy. The local economy thrives on its influx of tourists and their holiday-making dollars. So why not be guided by this municipality's mission to grow its economy and continue to accommodate tourists holidaying here? And instead, shift focus to home in on those very, very few bad apple STA owners who don't respect the needs of the community. I believe our municipality can find a balanced solution. As the municipal staff mentioned in their recent Stage 2 STA report, an enforcement program targeting rental owners who are negligent about things like property management, noise, parking, fire safety, too many occupants. Targeting these negligent rental owners seems like a relatively low-cost, effective solution. If the municipality works together with short-term rental owners, I know we can find a win-win solution that keeps neighbors happy while allowing the Meaford tourism economy to thrive. I apologize for needing to rush off after I finish speaking, but I have to race to get to my son's volleyball game. He's in the playoffs at his school. So I apologize for leaving immediately afterwards, but thank you very much for your time and for all the work that council members do to make this community a better place. Thank you.
And thank you, Jennifer. Our next speakers, Nick Rolfe and Brianna Brooks.
Thank you, Your Worship, Deputy Mayor, councillors, and city staff. So my name is Brianna, and this is my husband, Nick. And firstly, we just want to thank you all for taking the time to listen to us. I'm sure you've received countless emails, some of them from us as well. And, having the public forums that your staff were able to lead as well. We really appreciate the opportunity to be listened to and to share our experience. So Nick and I own a cottage here in Meaford. We bought it a year ago. We have two young children, a 4-year-old and a 2-year-old. So we're very busy parents. We live in Toronto because of our jobs. So unfortunately, we can't live in the municipality of Meaford full time, but we are here monthly to try and enjoy the cottage as much as we can. Although I will admit the first year it's been more of a working experience every time we come up. There's always lots to do to keep it in good shape and make sure that we're taking care of our property. But for us, we grew up in smaller communities, so it's important to us that our children have that experience as well as living in the big city, that they have that balanced lifestyle and can appreciate what it's like to live in a smaller community as well. So we like to get them up here as much as we can. I grew up with a family cottage, not in Meaford, but I had a family cottage growing up, and it was my favorite family memories, when all of our extended family would come together from the cities where we would each live in throughout the year. So those are beautiful experiences, and that's what we're trying to recreate for our children. And that's the type of people that we tend to attract to our property. We're very careful with who we allow to rent our space because we take good care of it. And that's really important to us. So it tends to be families coming together or two families with smaller children who want to rent our property. I think for us, that screening process is really important. And we believe, I know there have been short-term accommodation owners who perhaps have had some bad experiences, and we've heard about those, the 16 or so complaints, but we believe that with some measures in place, you can operate it responsibly. And I know Jennifer had mentioned some of the things that we do as well with noise monitors, both inside and outside, not monitoring conversations, just decibel readings to make sure that people are taking care of our space and our neighborhood. As well as cameras outside on the property, again, to monitor some of the same things. But we have a team, just like Jennifer, of property management team, landscaping, handy people, cleaners. And it's also a part of our business model to make sure that we are supporting local businesses. So the gifts come from local businesses like Grandma Lamb's. All of our products that we use for cleaning and shampoo, conditioner, all of that come from the Keep Perfillery. So it's important to us that we're connected with the community and our guest experience as well. When we first heard about this, I won't lie, we were very scared, having only bought our cottage a year ago. We know that this would dramatically change what we are able to do. And the way we afford our cottage is by renting it out when we can't experience and enjoy the cottage ourselves. So we got to action pretty quickly. I contacted over 130 businesses in your community to let them know what was happening by phone, email, letting them know about the surveys. We came to one of the in-person meetings and we've been very active. I've contacted all the Airbnbs in the community as well to make sure that they're aware. And I also surveyed them to see how many of them were primary residents or secondary residents, because I know that that's been important to your discussion as well. And I have shared that feedback with your staff so they're aware of the distribution of the Airbnbs in your community, because we are that secondary residence experience. So I thought that might be important to your discussion. And the businesses that I spoke to were also very concerned because a lot of their livelihood depends on the tourism dollars coming in as well. So I think I'll leave it to Nick to share some of the ways that we think perhaps some of the rules or restrictions could be put into place.
Awesome, thank you. And so just to kind of continue that a little bit, one of the things I did just want to touch on was a bit of the discussion around STAs has been on the impact on affordable housing. I think from my understanding, governments across Canada are really trying to look at that in terms of the major urban centres and the impact on buying up 1- and 2-bed condos to run them as short-term accommodations. I don't think that's quite as an applicable argument here in Meaford, where a lot of the STA owners are cottage owners or secondary homeowners, and not those kind of units that may be more applicable to affordable housing. So I just wanted to kind of raise that I think really that legislation and the regulations are really targeting those major urban centres across Canada, which I think is an important distinction as you go into the consideration of a bylaw as well. And we are fully in support of a bylaw and fully in support of regulating this. We know there have been some bad actors out there, unfortunately, that maybe tarnished the reputation a little bit. But I think Jennifer, us and many of the ST owners we've reached out to have expressed their deep concerns for that and the deep willingness to really ensure that they are acting in the right way for the best of this community. We love our time here and we want to continue coming up here as well. In terms of considerations for that bylaw, I think really, some requiring some of the STA owners to ensure that they have proper stringent screening checks on guests before they arrive is really, really important. Ensuring that there's understanding of the number of cars and vehicles that are going to be on site as well. I think really, really important as well. And that's something that STA owners can absolutely get on top of. We've talked about the noise monitors already. They act as an excellent deterrent. If you put that in your listing, we've had people actually ask us about the noise monitors, and we've had people actually not book because we have noise monitors. And that really is just to check the level and the decibels that are there. Then, as you said, they're not recording any sound. They're not recording anyone speaking. It truly is to detect if there's excessive noise above a certain level for an extended period of time. So we have those, and that acts as an excellent deterrent as well. And then, sorry, I had one more note here. Requiring STA owners to comply with the various laws, regulations in place, the fire code, building codes, they all absolutely, I think STA owners should be doing that. I believe we do that as much as we physically can, and we'd love to be educated more on what we can do. If there's anything more we can do to keep our our guests safe as well. And you know, in terms of occupancy levels and ensuring compliance with that, I think is absolutely critical as well. And then as Jennifer said, and having a local representative, all STA owners should have a local representative here within a certain distance of the property or a time to get to the property to be able to respond to any issues as well. So I think those are just a few of the key things that as a council and as staff and in incorporating into this bylaw could really be impactful in terms of ensuring that there's allowances for STAs, as well as ensuring that you're deterring any bad apples as well. So thank you so much, everyone, for your time. Delighted to be here, and we'll end there.
Thank you, folks. Next speaker is Joanne Libby. Is Joanne remote, or do we know? No, she's not, and I don't believe she's in the audience. Okay, and then finally, Chris Scary. Welcome, Chris.
Thank you for having me again. Nice to see everyone. I as well am an STR operator. I live in the place that we rent out part-time, and we've had some great success. We have amazing neighbors, and never had any complaints really at all. I agree with regulation, providing it's necessary, fair, and enforceable. And staff and council have been very responsive in sharing the information they have with me, both through emails and conversation. I've talked to some of you already, and Graham and I have sent a couple of emails, but everyone's been very responsive and giving me all the answers they had. A couple of things that I thought were kind of missing from all the reports, where we talk about 16 complaints and a few bad apples. I really wanted to know, how many short-term rental units are we talking about when we say 16 complaints? Is it 16 units, or is it 3 units that have had 16 complaints? And how many complainants are there? Is it 2 complainants or 16 complainants? Because I think if it's that much of a focused problem where there's 4 units, it's even easier to deal with that than if it's 16 units that we have complaints about. And that was something that wasn't answered in any of the reports on it, or when I asked it via email. And I don't know if that information is available. And the other thing too was how much action has been taken in these instances, like with these 16. Have to look at the negative impacts of STRs and what we've learned through the short time that staff has spent speaking with everyone and taking these surveys. And it seems that for the most part, we've learned that STRs are good for Meaford and the economy. Local businesses and tour operators support them. And we are very different from our neighbors in that we have no hotel accommodations and need to rely on STRs for visitors to stay. We need to work on ways to keep these visitors here longer and spend more money and wanting to come back. And I can tell you from my experience, I live right near Memorial Park, and I've seen some of you walking there from time to time. And in the summer, a good portion of our guests are people that are coming to visit friends that are camping at Memorial Park, or they want to spend time at the beach. In the last 3 months, most of my bookings have been construction workers. I've had two people doing water tests on a site that I don't know where it was, but they're here doing ground testing for 1 week at a time each, where they were from Guelph. So we're providing a place to stay, not just for families to come to the beach, but for necessary services, maybe someone that was building a deck at your house or finishing your basement. So that's about it for me. Does anyone have any questions at all? No? Okay.
Thank you,
Thanks for your
Chris.
time.
Thank you. I just maybe ask Mr. Voigt if you had any answers to the questions about how many, like we know there were 16 complaints. How many units? Do we have that answer or not?
Through your worship, I think it'd be best if we discuss that when the item
Okay.
comes up on the agenda.
Very good. Thank you. Council inquiries. Councillor Urick.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This will be two-part because one, I just want to kind of announce first off that Robert Bircher had kind of organized again. So this is about the Trout Hollow Trail. And I don't know if Mr. Sherry was probably there working on it on Friday or not. I'm betting he was. But they're again doing amazing work. As I brought up earlier this year, the erosion was creating problem there, and it got to the point where the trail was closed because the erosion was literally cutting under the trail. So Mr. Bircher, as they had done with the other end of Trout Hollow Trail, was organizing a work crew to actually, with GCS, with the Grace Hopper Conservation Authority's blessing, to actually reroute that trail up and around a little higher so that it is no longer skirting the river and still be usable. So my question then becomes, I did bring up at that time that was a two-part problem. One was the trail being not being able to be used because of erosion, but the longer term effects on what was going to happen with Miller Street. And I'd asked whether staff could talk to the GSCA staff to determine if there were any solutions that could be looked at. And this is going to obviously be a long-term scenario, but to try and see what we could do to mitigate the river damage at the base of Miller Street by the bridge. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think the answer is yes, we are, and yes, it will be a long-term solution. And I don't think I have anything else that I can add at this point in time.
Deputy Mayor Keaveney.
Thank you, Your Worship. And a question as well, I guess probably for you, Matt, or Val might like to chime in because it is going to have potentially some budget impact at some point in time. I've heard, and I'm sure many around the table have heard comments about our Christmas decorations downtown or lack thereof, more so considering that our neighbors are quite bright and beautiful at this time of year. And we've heard a lot from the deputations about tourism and the number of people coming to Meaford. And we just heard about the huge increase in numbers for Christmas on the Bay. And yet our downtown is looking a little sad, if I may say. So just wondering if how we might go about looking into the capacity for electrical availability on our lamppost downtown to determine if we could another year invest in some lights, or just how we might go about getting some understanding of what kind of dollars we might be looking at here, perhaps on a phased basis to improve upon the Christmas decorations in our community.
I think the answer to that is that we would need a notice of motion or enhancement during the budget process. I don't have specific figures right now in terms of how much it would cost, because it very much depends on what it is we're trying to achieve. I am, however, just trying to pull up a number because this has the potential to get expensive. We have had in the budget for a number of years now money annually to replace 2 of the existing wreaths that go on Sykes Street, and we only replace 2 at a time because they are so expensive. And I'm trying to find the right one. So we've been putting 3,000 a year in to replace 2 at a time because that's how much they're costing to be hooked up in that way. So, that's just an example of it would cost us quite a lot to do it. We can certainly look into the electrical supply and all that sort of stuff, but I think it really is a conversation council needs to have about whether this is where you want to invest your money. And so I'd suggest it's probably better to do so during budget when you have an idea of what else is coming.
Any other questions? I see none. So we're moving on to motions and bylaws for decision. And our consent agenda items on this list have been before Committee of the Whole for discussion. Council may choose to pass these items or to and/or bylaws in one motion. And a member may also request an item be pulled for separate consideration. So we have a fairly, we got, I guess, 4 items here. Are there any you wish to, Tony?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to pull 8.1A.
Okay. And Deputy Mayor?
And I'm just gonna go E as well, just so that can be voted on separately when I need to read.
Any others? So if not, we can perhaps have a motion to deal with items C and D in one vote. Somebody moving that, Councillor Greenfield, and seconded by Councillor Bartley. Any discussion? All in favor? And those are passed then. And we come back to item A, and I'm going to read the recommendation for the benefit of those who do not have an agenda in front of them. This will take a moment or two. The recommendation is that Council of the Municipality of Meaford, 1, enact bylaws, including terms of reference based on the principles set out in the draft committee framework policy, to A, establish an accessibility advisory committee and a site plan review subcommittee, B, maintain the existing heritage advisory committee, C, establish advisory committees for each of the 4 pillars of Council's priorities, being 1, ensuring sustainability, 2, growing our economy, 3, investing in infrastructure, and 4, strengthening our community. 2, formally dissolve the existing Economic Development Advisory Committee, Parks Advisory Committee, Wellbeing Advisory Committee, the opportunity to be reappointed to the updated committees. 3, direct staff to begin the recruitment process for members of these committees. 4, direct staff to include a requirement for an agenda-setting meeting between staff, the committee chair, and a rotating member of the committee prior to the release of each agenda. And 5, direct staff to include 2 members of council in the membership of all advisory committees, plus the mayor as an ex officio member. Can I have a mover and seconder to put that on the floor? It's moved by Deputy Mayor Keaveney, seconded by Councillor Uhrig. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. An apology to start with, because you stumbled over item 2, and that's because it doesn't make sense.
No, it doesn't.
It should be a separate clause after Wellbeing Advisory Committee to say direct staff to offer the opportunity to be reappointed to the updated committees to existing committee members of the Accessibility Advisory Committee, Economic Development Advisory Committee, and Heritage Advisory Committee. So just to clarify what that actually means.
Yes, thank you for that. Discussion. Councillor Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So my point for conversation is item 5 on this, where it is to include 2 members of council in the membership of all advisory committees. I'm just not sure how that's going to work. Even if we look at having the 4 pillars and to have 2 just on that with only 6 council members and you yourself, Mr. Mayor, the ex officio, well, then does that mean that the idea would be rotate through depending on what time the meetings are going to be? And I'm just not so sure how it's really going to work with 2 members, and also whether 2 members, and I do remember Councillor Uhrig, this was I think this was your thought originally, why we would need to if 1 can suffice. So that's why I want to talk about item 5.
Okay, let's go over to the CEO.
I'll just do the practicality bit of it first. Thank you, Councillor Bell. each of the committees would have two specified people in the way that we always have done. It wouldn't be rotating because obviously that would mean complication for the committee in terms of knowledge and so on. So two members will be appointed to each of the committees. My math says that it would basically mean that each of the 6 members of council, excluding the mayor, would have to be on 2 advisory committees each.
Councillor Urick.
Genesis of this, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Genesis of this was, there are certain committees that certain members of council would like to be on. So as opposed to being in maybe a necessarily mandatory statute, it could be an allowable. For example, I did express desire to be on the Economic Development Advisory Committee. However, because that statute already declared that deputy mayor was already chair and on that, wasn't sure if that was available to me or not. So that was kind of the direction to find out whether or not it would be possible to do that.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Worship. I did have a comment and then an additional question, if I may. And I think actually it's important to have 2 members of council on these committees because it brings a second set of ears. And it also allows for, if one member has to be absent for any particular reason, that there is a member of council present, because I think the importance of that is the communication back to council from the activities of the particular committee. So I think it's advisable, and I think when we're elected, we understand that there is, some expectation that we will participate and be involved with members of the public through the work of these committees. So I certainly encourage number 5 to withstand with 2 members on each. And if you wish further discussion on this, Your Worship, I'll come back with my question.
Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Mayor Kentner. I had much the same question as Councillor Bell. I didn't know whether the mayor and deputy mayor were going to be part of the procedure, and I was hoping we could have up to 2 on different things, because I belong to 2 or 3 now, had 2 more as 5. And how often would these committees meet? I guess it was going to be quarterly versus monthly.
So the plan as of now, based on the draft committee framework document that council saw a year ago, plus just our standard practice, is that they will be every other month. So 6 a year. And I think I think that's the council commitment there is a really good example of why I would say that that's the maximum they should be, because not just for council, but for staff as well. To do it any more than that, we will just literally run out of time.
Councillor Greenfield.
Thanks, Your Worship. I'll just mention as far as the Accessibility Advisory Committee now, and this is a bit of a horse of a different color because this is a provincially legislated committee, but in the past there has been only 1 council member on that committee. Now, I'm not saying that 1 council member was doing the job of 2, because that's not accurate. That council member had some very good help from some very good staff members, and Ms. Wilton Segal, Alex Crochet, and formerly Allison Penner. So, as I say, I'm not sure if being provincially legislated somewhat removes it from our list, or is it indeed possible just to have 1 council member on some of these committees anyway?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, anything's possible. The Accessibility Advisory Committee, there's no legislative reason why it can't have 2 members of council. The one criteria for that committee is that at least 50% of the members must have a self-identified disability. So we have to make sure that our makeup of that committee reflects that requirement, but that doesn't exclude anybody or limit the number of councillors. Yes, we can have 1, we could have 2, we could have up to 2. I think from our point of view and from sort of the public's point of view, consistency is better than inconsistency with these things. So my suggestion will be you go one way or other, but we can do anything.
So did anybody wish to change the motion, or could we vote on it now? Sorry, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. If we're finished talking about the two members on each, are you comfortable, Councillor Bell? Then I did have an additional question, if I may. And because I'm the current chair of the EDAC committee, my concern relates to the suggested change of moving the committee under growing our economy. Mr. Smith, do we assume then that the committee remains basically the same, or would it have a change in scope in terms of reference? I'm just looking for continuity of the committee as it exists, with hopefully some members returning, and trying to understand then if there's an expanded, as I say, scope of responsibility for this committee, or does it continue basically with the work plan that exists?
I think that very much depends on council. If this passes today in the form it currently is, we'll bring forward updated terms of reference for all of the committees in the new year, so that so people know what they're applying for and exactly what you're appointing people to. My expectation is that there would be a difference from the previous one, because it just would be phrased differently. But growing our economy is, in my eyes, very similar to economic development. But I think our point of view on this is that all of these committees would see more things than they currently do, because lots of things impact lots of different areas of council's priorities. So in the same way that the community wellbeing bursary policy in the last term of council went both to the accessibility committee, the wellbeing committee, and the economic development committee, I can totally see some things going to both the sustainability, the community, and the growing our economy committees, depending on what the subject was, because the whole point of these advisory committees, in my eyes, is to get different opinions. And so short-term rentals will be an excellent example of, you might have a very different opinion if you're sat on the growing our economy committee to the strengthening our community committee. You might not, but we should be able to go and ask. So I think that the terms of reference are likely to be broader, or our suggested ones are likely to be broader, but as with everything else, council will be able to edit them if they want to.
Your Worship, thank you for those comments, Mr. Smith, and we'll look forward to the terms of reference when we'll have an opportunity at that point to address that increased scope and make additional changes if need be at that time. Thank you.
Councillor Yurg.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Porter obviously could not be here today, and he had a couple of questions as well, so he passed them on to me. And he did say, yes, and it revolves 2 points. One is around what Deputy Mayor was just talking about regarding the specificity of separate committees or under the umbrella thereof. His note reads that the recommendation dissolves the existing committees and loosely provides an opportunity for existing members to be reappointed to updated committees. This does not specify any continuity to the aligned committees. It should be very specific and spelled out. Continuity would not be gained with Heritage moving to EDAC or vice versa. On a second point, he said he wasn't familiar with the terms of reference as set out in point number 1, the draft committee framework policy. Assumed that it refers to a public process, public meetings, and as outlined in the previous document, would not be a working or doing committee. This is very limiting of a senior staff resources unavailable to assist with the execution of any proposed plan. So he's curious, what are the terms of reference for recommendation of the draft committee framework policy?
Okay, I'll try and deal with all of that in order. I believe that the resolution as it is about reappoint, the one I've edited verbally, is fine, because we know that that means that Economic Development Advisory Committee members will be offered the opportunity to be on the Growing Our Economy Committee. Heritage Advisory Committee members will be given the opportunity to be on heritage, and accessibility on accessibility. That's the point of it. So no, I don't believe that's a problem. In terms of basing it on the draft committee framework, the report that's in the agenda has a link to the report from 2022, COM 2022-33, the committee framework. That document laid out what staff recommended as to how committees should be run. council at the time wasn't keen to adopt that, but short of other direction from council, we need to base these on something. So the terms of reference would include a lot of the information that's in here. And that's things like they shall be open meetings with agendas and minutes and open to the public. They shall meet 6 times a year with additional meetings, maybe called as deemed necessary by the CAO and the chair. Meetings will be live streamed, quorum is necessary, etc., etc. All of the sort of the technical bits about this. In terms of the so really what that clause in the agenda in the recommendation is saying is build terms of reference in the same way we always have done, which is a document for each committee, which will say how meetings happen and then what the scope of the committee is in terms of its mandates. Sorry, I feel like there was a third part to that and I've lost it. Okay. So I think that's my best answer.
Does that answer your questions, or Councillor Forder's questions? Do you think?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not sure if that answers Mr. Forder's questions. He's not here, but he will have the opportunity, and I will defer to Deputy Mayor's comments, and I think we will have the opportunity to further discuss this when we get to the point.
Yes, the devil is in the details.
Yeah, exactly. Because he did state his concern was whether we want to acknowledge or not that growing the economy is broader than economic development. Although we have a few comments in a council meeting saying that Main Street tourism festivals and markets wouldn't be part of growing the economy, there'll be confusion and blurring of the lines. So once again, it all comes back still to that rotating scenario of before there were kind of definitive barriers about what these committees were. Expanding this horizon, and to your point, you just said, and this is a concern that I had said earlier, that the expanding the breadth of it is a little concerning. You just said, as was asked, that 6 times a year, couple of hours. So you're spending literally 24 hours a year on these very, very important topics. And now not only are you just discussing whatever the former committees were honed in on, you are now expecting those committees to deal with much more. And I'm just not sure that having been on those committees, that you can address further. It'd be like us trying to shove 2 more meetings into our council meeting. So that is a big concern about how these committees are structured.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, I understand where Councillor Yu is coming from, but I do tend to disagree. I think for a couple of different reasons. One is we strongly believe that this is a better way of doing it because it gives public attention to all elements of council's priorities rather than picking very small, very narrow things and basically saying that to this council economic development is more important than sustainability or is more important than anything to do with infrastructure by saying we only want a committee about this thing. The other element to it, and this really is a question back to council, is, and I think that's kind of what all of these reports over the last year have been trying to get at, is what do you want these committees to be? Because in many respects, when we as staff have looked at these committees over many years now, we have found it very difficult to provide significant content for these committees when they are very narrow. The Parks Committee has been a conversation about that as an example over the last couple of years. As designed and as named, advisory committees are there to provide advice to council and staff. That is, council needs to say what they're about and what you'd like advice about, and staff will bring forward things like policies and frameworks and things to get advice on, so that then we can then come and bring that back to council. So we've had public input into a new bylaw or a new strategy or so on before that it gets to this table. And that's the advising, not doing bit that is referenced in the report. And if you as council want something different, I think we need to understand what it is you actually want, because doing committees are really, really different. Because how do they decide what they can do? What authorities does council give them? Is there a budget to do anything? What happens if the committee wants to do something that isn't part of council's plan? You know, those sorts of questions become an issue. There was an example from 4 or 5 years ago where the Heritage Advisory Committee, and some of you, I think Deputy Mayor was a member of that at the time, members did a lot of work on a proposed heritage list, which is slightly different to a heritage designation. And then sort of 3/4 of the way through the process, we brought a report to council to say, do you want this? And council said no. So all of that work that had been done by the committee was in effect a waste of their time. So I don't want us to get to the stage where you build committees about very specific things, and my colleague Rob might have a comment about economic development as a whole and what that would look like, and then have people who are frustrated because that isn't what council wants them to do.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Worship. Perhaps did you wish to speak first, Director Voigt?
Through your worship, I've heard, hold on. My computer was about to have a phone call go through with our system here, but they left. I've heard from a number of committee meetings that I've been at where the members have openly said that they found their particular scope too limited. Again, that is just anecdotal, but it has come up. It has come up with ECDEV. It's come up with Heritage, even with accessibility, even though they have, I would argue, the most well-defined and clear mandate. And so I think it's only natural. I would suggest particularly with ECDEV, it touches all things related to what the municipality does. And again, if we view that these are citizens representing the community and are the potentially bring forth the insights and ideas from the community, they're not panels of experts, but they're citizens that have various levels of expertise and experience and skills, then it only makes sense that they have a broader mandate to discuss the things that are interrelated, as opposed to treating them like panels of very particular experts on one item, and then having to try to cross-pollinate ideas back and forth. So again, it's I've heard it. I think it makes logical sense. The councillors have mentioned, of course, this is a lot of work, but potentially I think we have a structure here that's been proposed by the senior management team through the CAO's office to have something that allows for the greatest amount of sort of in-depth discussion of items before they come to council, and in the end may save us some time and be more efficient. Maybe not in the first couple months, but I'm sure by the time we get halfway through the year, we will see the benefits of this.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Worship, and I appreciate your comments, Director Voigt, because I think we have an opportunity here to make a change. I think we all recognize that the existing committees, I don't want to say they've been dysfunctional, but I think there has been some frustration, both on the part of staff and on the part of the members for various reasons. And I think it's really important that we spend time on the terms of reference so that they're clearly understood and that they are structured in such a way that allows the committees to both function better and for the members to feel that their work, their time is more meaningful, because you're right, we do have a tremendous amount of expertise in our community and people who are giving of their time and sharing of their knowledge to help both us, council staff, and their community. I think it's really great that the report speaks to the opportunity for task forces and working groups, whatever we choose to call those groups, because that's where the doing, so to speak, happens. Yes, people want to do things. They want to see results. And I think if we can kind of do both, allow the opportunity for people who want to do things to do them, and allow, again, people who want to advise council to have that opportunity. So I think we can work within new terms to create opportunities to do all of those things, which will just be, a more rewarding experience for everyone involved.
Councillor Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, Mr. Mayor, when we had our yearly invite to general folks coming out and meeting ourselves and meeting members of staff, First of all, that was tremendous. It was really great. As it was laid out, members of council were kind of put in spots where we could maybe sort of take the lead on a particular subject matter. But, and I'm not going to do this today about going back what I mentioned at the committee of the whole, but it's a little bit along the lines of what you were saying, Councillor Uri. When the folks started coming up to myself, and you other councillors maybe will have had the same experience. So I was to be at the table where we're going to talk about infrastructure. And one of the first things they started talking to me about was the sustainability of our community on the long haul. And it just rolled into basically our 4 pillars that folks were interested in. When's my road going to get paved? And then what are you doing about this? And then how are you going to grow it with, the development? It was all rolling into one, and it made for a really great conversation. So I'm not going to do anything different. I'm going to leave these 4 the way they are. I heard it, the committee of the whole, but at the same time, I do think it's important that there is going to be some overlap on some of these things, because I truly believe that there has to be. It's not a disjointedness that we're doing. We are trying to have a holistic look at what we are doing. So I do look forward when I see how this is going to be all laid out. And I really truly do believe that there will be some overlap between what you're looking for your economic development and what that could mean about when somebody says, well, what's sustainability here in our municipality? So I just wanted this to be pulled today, and I'm glad I did. It's been a good discussion. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Uri.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I will, just the final note I'll say on it is, and Matt, under the auspice, we'll agree to disagree, because anecdotally, Rob, having been again on committees, too many, the shotgun approach is an interesting approach. I've not seen many committees where the shotgun approach works more than a focused approach. And I totally appreciate, Mr. Bell, you're absolutely right. There are terms of measure where there is going to be overlap. That doesn't mean that can't be discussed. But at the end of the day, I'm going to harken back to anecdotally that the frustration of a committee that met twice or once every other month for a couple of hours and truly felt they didn't have enough time to discuss what was on the agenda, let alone starting to worry about crossover material into other realms. So at the end of the day, yes, I get it. And if those committees were meeting monthly, even biweekly, like what council does, where you get an opportunity to discuss a lot of things, I would totally see the value in that. But when it is watered down to the point where you're meeting in such small doses, I just have difficulty seeing how it can be totally functional, because it just not enough time to cover a wide breadth of detail of a number of topics.
Go ahead, Mr. White.
Through your worship, again, and this is for consideration. It's not a debate. It's not our role over here. I would say that just because you have a broad perspective of issues, and this might just be my misunderstanding of the term, but I do not believe that's the same as a shotgun approach. As a professional planner, one of the things that makes us professionals is that we're generalists. We need to know a lot about a lot of things and have expertise on some. I think much of that depends on the makeup of the citizens on your various advisory committees. And I believe it was referenced also in the previous report that Matt mentioned, the one that was tabled, is the suggestion of, and I'm going to paraphrase here, that when you look around the table of the committee members, they should look like our community. There should be a young person there. There should be a man, a woman, other, maybe someone with a different background. It should represent the community, not necessarily a bunch of people that all look the same, all think the same, all have the same experience. That's one way of doing it. If you do that second one, you're trying to lead towards an expert panel, which, as we know, given the terms of what we're asking here, we've never achieved that. And that's something that municipalities just typically can't do. because you're just not going to find that availability, let alone that expertise around the table. So I would say that because you have the ability to be broad focused and talk about a bunch of different things that are interrelated, with that kind of group of people, you can get meaningful insights. And the focus really does need to be on the chairperson to make sure it doesn't become the shotgun approach. So I believe I understand what you were saying, but I would throw that out there that maybe it's not a bad thing, and that we can control it without it going askew.
I think, Mr. Mayor, if I can add to that, to me, that very much depends on how the terms of reference, but more precisely the agenda for each of these meetings is created. The way these are structured, or that I am proposing these are structured, is that agendas will be very similar to council meeting agendas. So there would be reports, there would be an opportunity for motions and so on. So it is structured and it's not shotgun, because you'll be bringing the things that council and staff need advice on. If council wants committees that can go off in different directions and create their own agendas, then again, that's a really different thing. And so that would have to be much broader and probably much narrower, so that you as council could restrict them to not going miles off course and adding budgets and so on. So I think I've said this many times before, but I think it's particularly true when we talk about things like committees of council. We can do anything, but you guys have to tell us what it is that you want.
It all boils down, in my mind, to the Economic Development Committee should be able to move the needle on economic development in our municipality, or what is the point? And so I will be looking at the language of the terms of reference with a fine-tooth comb, because we've worked on this for well over a year. And I can tell you we have an item coming up. I hope people will look out for it when we start talking about the last meeting of the Heritage Advisory Committee. And it's very, very illuminating in terms of how our committees are functioning and the way we have been doing it. And I know that you've put a lot of work into helping council get to a better place on this, and we all want that desperately. So I think it lies in, as they say, the devil's in the details. We need to see those terms of reference and work on them before we present them, and make sure that we think they are the right thing.
Yeah, I think that's a really good comment, Mr. Mayor. And the question I would add back to council, because what I don't want to do is what's happened before, which is we write terms of reference based on what we're thinking, and then you tell us we shouldn't have done that because you wanted something else. So when you as council say things like be able to move the needle on economic development, what do you mean by that? Because again, that goes back to the advising or the doing, or are we being very specific about a type of economic development? Like, I generally wouldn't expect advisory committees to really move the needle on anything, because I'd be expecting them to be advising council so that you can make decisions. So it will be really helpful for all of us, because all of us will be involved in writing these terms of reference, because they're going to cover all of our subject areas, what we mean by that.
Deputy Mayor, then we'll vote on this.
Thanks, Your Worship. Just thinking up an example, Mr. Smith, if we look at the EDAC as it currently exists, and we've been talking about this for a year or more now, the business gap analysis that will be undertaken by Grey County. I think as that is implemented and as committee members have a chance to participate in that, whatever that looks like, I think through that, there's an opportunity, for the members to engage with businesses, to gather information, to come back and to be part of creating an outcome, a report, whatever that's going to be, that will maybe, I don't know how that will move the needle, but at least it will give us some understanding, a basis of where we're currently sitting. And I think that's the kind of thing that our people really want to be involved in. And I struggle with this, I'll admit it. If I look at the Grey County Economic Development Committee, which I also have the privilege of chairing, and that group meets 4 times a year. And we will have anywhere from 40 to 50 people coming out to those meetings. Graham is there, they're well attended, and we advise. That's all that we do. Staff present reports. We have delegations, we have presentations, and we discuss those and provide advice back to staff. And that functions extremely well. But that's not the way it's going to work here locally. That's, I'll say we, because I'm currently part of that committee, we want to do things, to be involved in things. And I think if we look at the terms in such a way so that there are opportunities for the members to engage in some fashion, that will, maybe not bring businesses to the community, or maybe it will, who knows? But I just think the members want to be more involved in the community as representatives of an economic development committee. They need to feel that what they're doing is worthwhile.
Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Mayor Kettner. So it was brought up 2-hour meetings. I don't see anywhere where it says that these are going to be limited to 2-hour meetings. So it could go on further. Having said that, if the ECDev portion of it got into something hot and heavy that couldn't be resolved that day, is it possible to add an extra meeting than bi-monthly? Having said that, I'd hate to see how much staff time and council time if you went monthly or bi-weekly, which was suggested. I suggest seeing that can go longer than 2 hours. You can add an extra meeting in if you were really into the deep of things. I think we should try this for a year and maybe open it up if it doesn't work. I like this program. I think we should try it. Thank you.
And I think we've had a lot of discussion here, so I'm going to call the vote. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. And now I've got to remember, we've already approved the ones we grouped together, and I realized that we didn't really explain what they were. They were not enumerated exactly for the public benefit. At any rate, I'm going to go on to bylaw number 2023-74. The recommendation is a bylaw to establish and regulate the Meaford Fire Department be taken and read a first, second, and third time and finally passed. And the deputy mayor has excused herself due to her interest in the matter. I need a mover and seconder. It's moved by Councillor Bell and seconded by Councillor Bartley. Discussion? Are you ready to vote on this? Let's make it easy. Thank you. All in favor? And that is carried. And that, I believe, takes us to 8.2 and items for consideration. I'll just read these quickly. The first one is be it resolved that bylaw 2023-75, being a bylaw to authorize the borrowing upon amortizing debentures in the principal amount of $726,650 towards the cost of the Cook Street reconstruction, be taken as read a first, second, and third time and finally passed. Need a motion to put that on the floor. Did I do that already? Okay, sorry. Councillor Bartley and I need a seconder. Did I? Deputy Mayor, welcome back. Is there any discussion on this item? Councillor Bartley?
Thank you, Mayor Kentner. And just to open it up for discussion. I understand that the staff know a lot more than I do about this, but if it was my money, and I've done it with my money, I would not want to get into a 15-year loan at close to 5%. I know we could invest that money into a GIC and make 5% right now, but that I believe is going to be very short term, and yet we'll be locked into a 5%. I'm rounding it up for 15 years, which I do not like. Staff has the knowledge, so I'm going to ask, do we need this money in the next year? I know we can, it's unfinanced. I don't have a problem with unfinanced capital expenditures. I don't have a problem with that if we don't need that money. Staff has the future of what's going on in the budget. I do not. I would like to leave it unfinanced, or I want to talk about it, leave it unfinanced for a year if we don't need that money. And if we could get into a 3%, which my crystal ball tells me it may happen in a year to 18 months, because we're locking it in for 15 years. If we're locking in for 5 years, it'd be a different story, but it's 15 years and I'm not in favor of that.
Would you like to respond to that, Val?
I would say we probably could leave it unfinanced, but I would suggest that we don't. I know that we're gonna struggle a lot with our next purchase of a sewage treatment plant. But I also know we need to have funds to operate around, and we do have lots of reserves. I just think these ones, that's how we determined we were going to fund these projects originally. So that's why I went this route.
Councillor Bartley?
I fully understand that. And 2 years ago, when we approved this, the interest rate was under 2%, which was great. Our former treasurer said he doesn't like debt, but some debt is good when the interest rate's so low. Just a 15-year locked in scares me. We can go back to where I can bring it up. I know this isn't part of this project, but your sewage treatment plant, it worries me severely. And I don't know if it's going to come in depth in the budget process. I hope so, because if we can't get help from the provincial or federal government on a sewage plant, I don't see how we're going to afford to do it on the present people in Meaford paying for it. I would have to move forward to cancel the sewage treatment plant expansion if we can't get help. Because unless it comes forward, how are you going to pay for it without strapping it on the present taxpayers? It scares me. So we'll talk about the sewage treatment plant probably during budget time. But again, if you need the money that is tied up over this, fine, we have to do it. If you don't, I would recommend we unfinance it for now. So you have to tell me whether we need that money now or not. That's only my opinion. Thank you.
So,
Yes,
I think if I can add, you're correct, Councillor Bartley, on the sewage treatment plant. We are going to have almost that exact conversation, and hopefully we'll have some information for you in January along those lines. And again, hopefully some of the interest rates will come down, and that will help us in that sense as well. Both of these bylaws, 75 and 76, they total around about $3.5 million, a little bit less. We could fund that from reserves, but it would basically wipe out the water and sewer reserves. And I think I would only want to do that if council was going to make a commitment that you were going to start paying that back at almost the amount of money that's will be taken out in interest payments next year and so on, because we would need to have some guarantee that we have money going back into reserves to deal with those unexpected cases. We've seen many projects over the last couple of years where the total cost has been significantly higher than the budgeted amount, and that is generally what we believe reserves are there for. They're there to deal with the unexpected, the emergencies, the overruns of costs and so on, not necessarily to just offset other things. Having said that, we could do that because this is a large interest rate, and then the nature of these loans, you know, the next one is for 25 years, not just 15 years. The nature of these loans means we lock into an interest rate for the entirety of the loan. It's not like a household mortgage. It's this is your interest for the next 25 years. And certainly at 4.85 on 25 years on 2.6 million, the interest is going to be enormous. As Val said, when these projects were planned, the budget the council approved was to use debt. That doesn't necessarily mean it's the only option or the only thing that we should do, but it is what we've moved forward with so far. But yes, today is the last opportunity for council to want to do something different. And it's either, to be honest, it's right now it's either do exactly what's on this piece of paper or not do this debt at all because we can't go back and change the interest rate or change the length at this stage of the OILC process. We're at the very last of a sort of a 10-step process, but we could pull out of them. I think there is a small penalty if we were to do that at this stage, but it would be relatively small in the grand scheme of things. I think it's a really important conversation to have because it is a lot of interest and we don't know what's going to happen next. We do have enough money to cover these things in various bank accounts or various reserves, but it would really, really limit us going forward. The other comment I just wanted to add was that right now we can't put anything else into GICs. And not without a council resolution to change the terms of our debt management policy or an investment policy. Right now, the investment policy says something along the lines of a maximum of $2 million can be put into GICs at any one time. And we are absolutely maxed out in GICs because that's where we're getting the best return right now. So right now, the money is sitting in a checking account in effect that's probably getting 0.1% interest, I would imagine. So that's kind of the balance. Again, we can change that. We can say that we're happy to lock away more of our money for a longer period of time if we want to get more interest on it. But that also comes with risks because then we're locking away more of the money and then the reserves that we talk about using for stuff don't even exist to be used because they're tied up in a 3-year, 5-year, 8-year GIC.
I have a question for the two of you, and it just simply is, I've heard it said around the table before that one of the few advantages of debt financing is that it's a demonstration to those who give grants to us for different projects. It's a demonstration that we are willing to invest our own, not just our own money, but also to accept debt, and that it makes us puts us in a little better light when it comes to applying for grants for projects of this nature. So does that have any bearing in this discussion or not?
Val will perhaps talk from the financial point of view. In this case, my instinct is no. I don't know for sure. But I think that's more about the general provincial funding. When we apply for individual project grants, we don't declare that we've taken on this amount of debt for other projects. We just are applying for a grant for a project. And as long as we've budgeted right and designed right and so on, we've got a good chance. I also think that's probably less likely to be an issue going forward because a number of the funding things that the government give us for our own use now have some degree of formula attached to them. We just received information about the OSIF money, which will be going up next year. That's good news, I can say. And it's going up because it's now based on a formula that's connected to the asset management plans and so on. So that asset management plan shows that we intend to use debt, which could well be part of the formula that means it's gone up, but it won't be based on an individual debt taking, and we will definitely have to use debt for some of the things that are coming down the pipeline at some point.
Councillor Greenfield, I saw your hand up.
Yes, thanks. Thanks, Your Worship, and thanks to staff for your information thus far. And thanks to Councillor Bartley for questioning this. I guess I may be looking at this from a slightly different angle. These two projects, which were fairly major in our downtown area, they're completed. They're done. The pipes are in the ground. The water is running through them, either in or out. Unless staff has some inside information from OILC that next year interest rates are going to drop, which the only way interest rates are going to drop anything substantial would be if our nation is thrown into a major recession. I hope that doesn't happen, but I don't see interest rates being any lower next year. I guess I go back far enough to remember when our municipality had $2 million in reserves. Now that's 20 years ago, but that wasn't very much. We're in much better shape now than what we have been. yes, the sewage treatment plant is basically upon us and it's going to have to be dealt with. But to me, we have established a good record of financial management, certainly over the last 10 years or so. And I see these two debts, and believe me, I don't like going into debt, but it comes back to the old equation. Are we talking debts or are we talking investments? And these investments had to be made, and will prove to be beneficial in the future. But the fiddler has to be paid. So do I like taking on $4 million of debt all in, one wave of the hand? No, but I think we need to go ahead with this and keep trying to do the very best we can with our finances. Thank you.
Councillor Yuri.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Bartley, because it's an apt point. Although I would say that that's 21,000 a month. That's approximately 250,000. Val, I have a question. When is the Meaford Hall come off the books? How many years is that down the road? It's coming up. Right. So this strikes me as kind of a continuation of that. That's coming off. This is kind of going in to replace it almost in a couple of years in terms of long-term debt. So this is something we're practically used to paying now. I agree with Mr. Greenfield. It's not something I like either. And I wish I had a crystal ball like you said, and we could say, yeah, no problem. Let's kick that to the curb in a year. But what I'm hearing right now from the banks is that they are watching this carefully and literally saying that they are not forecasting anything. And matter of fact, they're even withholding the right to potentially raise interest rates again. Because if they see any indication that there might be an increase in inflation. So with that kind of a scare looming, we would then look at it and go, wow, maybe we should have done that. But I just see this as a kind of, if that's coming off the books and this is going on, it's kind of a roll on of the same kind of thing.
Tori, you'd have something to contribute.
Your
Thank you.
Worship, just as a reminder, most of this debt is user pay debt, so it wouldn't impact our tax base, which the Meaford Hall clearly does. And so this would impact the amount of money we have for our water wastewater projects. So it is different debt. The other, I think, just important thing to note in this conversation is the Nelson Street project does include DC debt, so will be paid off, and the interest will as well through development, whereas the Cook Street is fully funded through the user pay and I think some tax departments as well. And so there is kind of differences between them. But yes, they as much as yes, we do have that debt. So from a debt capacity, it maybe equals it. It is having to be paid for through a different source, and so could impact those differently.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Worship. Mr. Smith, you mentioned that our current policy allows us to put $2 million into GICs. How quickly can we change that?
I probably shouldn't have said a specific number because I don't know that that's actually correct. But it does have a limit. Val might be pulling that up as I speak. We can change policy pretty rapidly. Council can give us some direction. We can bring forward an updated policy. If it's as simple as changing a number to a different number, we could do that at the next council meeting, probably. We would need some direction to do that. There are, as I say, some potential challenges with that, in that it does mean that we're tying money up. That is probably okay if we're planning appropriately, but it would likely mean that we couldn't do what I'm just saying is possible for this one, which is pull money out of reserves. I think, just to sort of go back to a couple of the other comments while I'm speaking, my suggestion, and it is mine, not the financial specialists, is that if we weren't going to do this, we should fund it from reserves, even though that would take us down, and then we should repay the reserves. We shouldn't leave it unfinanced. For the point that Councillor Uri's made, is that just assuming that there's going to be a better loan agreement next year is risky. It might be, but it might not be. Whereas if we at least pay for it and then commit to putting money back into the reserves to cover a good chunk of it, then at least we know what we've got
but that will have a major impact on the reserves that we currently have. At the end of 2022, the sewer reserve had 2.3 million. The water reserve had 2.3 million. There are some of this year's projects that some of the money will come out of that again for, because that's sort of in and out for carryover projects. And there is 1.2 million in general infrastructure, and there's 1.3 million in roads. So I mean, it is possible, but it would pretty significantly impact all of those. But yes, we can change the investment policy pretty quickly if council wants to give us that direction.
Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Mayor Kentner. And I just want to set the record straight. I voted to take the debt on a few years ago, and I agree with it. I'm not saying let's not go into debt. Is this the time to do it? I don't know what you need the money for in the next, do we need that money for Trowbridge Street? I don't know. I don't have the budget in front of me for next year or the year after. I was just, let's pretend it's our money. It actually is our money. It's the ratepayers' money. And now that you tell me we can't put that money into a GIC and we're only getting 1% on it, I'm going to leave it up to staff. Should we self-finance that, pay off our reserves through payments at 1.5% that we're making now? Or should we go into debt for 25 years at 5%? I'm going to leave it in staff's hands. If they still figure that's the way we should go, I will follow that. Thank you.
Tori?
Through your worship, obviously you don't have the budget in front of you, but I'm happy to provide you with like a little snip of my perspective from the infrastructure side. And so I have been really focusing on not using debt for our typical projects going forward. We have a lot of development related or large projects like the wastewater treatment plant that will be using debt. But to do that and to create the best 5-year plan that we feel that can use the money most appropriately, we are internally financing things over a year. So from 1 year, we might take from reserves and we'll be paying them back through the following budget, just so that we can get larger projects, which will hopefully allow us to have better pricing. We're already starting to see that over the past 2 years with some of the projects that we've done this way. And there's a report that you'll see today that's showing some of that. And so it could change how our 5-year plan is put together. It would just shift the year the project can actually occur in if the reserves weren't there. But so we're finding creative ways to finance things without using debt, because we're recognizing how much of a long-term impact it is having at the current interest rates.
Is there any further discussion? Realizing that if we pass this, I will be signing, my life away tomorrow. That check has to go. Councillor Bell.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. So I read the report and it's got the terms on it, and it does say the interest rate, and it does say that it is what it's going to be. There's no opportunity to renegotiate. They will not have a conversation. It is what it is. Okay.
It is what it is. It's entirely up to you. We do have funds in our reserves that we could cover it. And honestly, there will be a small penalty because we're this far into the borrowing process. I can't tell you how much that penalty is right now. But we could borrow from our reserves, possibly. We would want to set up some kind of, much similar to the library that we did last year, where we internally borrowed from reserves as opposed to borrowing outside. But every time we do that, we're then spending money that we don't have going forward because we are using the money and we're paying it over time. The sewage treatment plant is going to be a big expenditure, and depending on when we actually start having to pay for it, it's going to come out, and we won't borrow money until after the fact, or unless we decide for a construction loan. But our other issue is going to be is our debt capacity is getting to its close to where we're not going to be able to borrow anyway. And that is our other issue that we have.
I think that there's a couple of other wrinkles as well that as we talk about this, my brain's going through. Obviously, we've got two bylaws here, and they are in different situations. As Troy says, some of this on the Nelson Street side is DC funded. We do not have those development charges in our bank account right now, so in effect, by law under the DC Act, we would have to take on formally some kind of debt, whether internal or external, for the DC portion of that particular project. Now, again, we could do that internally, as we have done in a few cases, but it would still class as debt for our debt limits. That the booster pumping station project, the Cook Street project is the one that we're technically talking about right now, and on page 35 of 35 on that report, it actually has the final numbers on it. And for the $726,650 that we're proposing to borrow for that, the interest on that is $288,927 under this bylaw, to a total of just over $1 million. So actually that's a lot, but it's not horrific. Because the Nelson Street Booster Station one is a 25-year loan as opposed to a 15-year because of the volume of it, the loan is for 2.675 million, and then there's a 1.946 million interest charge, leading to 4.6 million over the life of the loan. So, that one, we're talking 80% additional money over the life of the loan. For the Cook Street one, we're only talking about 45 or so percent. No, I just wanted to put those out there because they are a bit different, but the Nelson Street, we do have to consider the DC element of it.
Yeah, go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. Now that we're kind of talking about them both at once, I thought the amazing point in the debenture for Nelson Street was the fact that it's mentioned that if we did take $500,000 from reserves, that would save us $400,000 over the life of the loan. So that's pretty compelling. So as you kind of alluded to, Val, if we agreed to self-finance these two projects for now, and the sewage plant, we don't know whether that's 4 years, 6 years, whatever that is. At that point in time, if we needed to debenture these projects at that point in time, we could go to a bank, we could go somewhere else to then continue with the remainder of the debt on these two, or would you leave this as is and just focus on funding the sewage plant?
I think they would all have to be, if we go for the loans, we go for the loans. If we do it internally, I think we have to set something up. It's a strict repayment method, and we do it that way. The only thing I have a concern about is it doesn't matter what borrowing we do right now, our sewage treatment plant is going to hit that mark where we're going to struggle even getting a loan because of how much it's going to cost us.
I am loath to have us vote on the first, the one that we're considering, clause A, I guess it is, before we decide, because there's a big difference in the amount here, both in the amount of money and in the amortization period. So I'd like to be really sure before we vote. Councillor Bartley, you had another comment?
Yeah, just final remarks, and everything that I've said applies to the next one also. And I wasn't saying don't go to the OILC. Is it possible that a year from now we decided we need to free up our reserve money? Can we then apply to the Ontario Infrastructure Lands Corporation at that time and finance it? Is that possible? That's where I was going with that.
I would think we'd have to go through the same process we just did now. But I also think because we're so far into this now, there will be a penalty of some sort because we've signed a rate agreement and all the other stuff for those loans.
I understand it. Is it a penalty $1,000, $100,000? Is it $1 million? Any idea?
No.
Yeah, the email that we have from Infrastructure Ontario on this says, please note, once the rate offer is signed and accepted, if the debenture bylaw does not get passed at the council meeting, or if the municipality elects not to take the debenture, the municipality will be required to pay a penalty as a result of not closing the debenture on the scheduled date. It may well be that somewhere buried in some of these documents there is a specific, but they haven't told us explicitly what that would be.
Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Worship. So Matt and Val, for argument's sake, if we debentured one project and not the other, just because, for example, again, Cook Street is a smaller amount, if we self-funded that and debentured the rest, do you think that they would still charge us a penalty?
Yes, they still would, because these are two different loans in effect, and so the same terms and conditions would apply to both.
But I think they would only charge us on the 726th one, right? So it would only be on that smaller one if that's what we chose to do.
Has anyone done the math on which is the most opportune debenture to stick with?
It really depends on how you want to approach it. As I say, the interest charges over 25 years on the larger loan are far more as a percentage of the initial outlay, but that is a much higher cost loan in the first place, so would have to cover more. The shorter term Cook Street reconstruction interest is still high, but it's not unreasonably so, but it would have less of an impact on sort of our future reserves and so on, and we'd still have to be paying the pretty large loan fees for the other one. So it's which way do you want to go? What's the preference? Is it to have more of an impact on our current abilities, in which case, you know, you take the loan on the smaller one and pay off the higher one, or is it what we want to care about the long term, how much money we spend overall, in which case you take the lower one and not have the higher one?
So I got two. Do you want to go first, Val, and I'll come back to you, Tori?
The higher one is the one that has the development charges added to it. So that one might be the one that you would still want to pay over time, because we don't have those development charges, and that should be covered over time.
And Tori?
Through Worship, as well, the Nelson Street project, it would mostly, or I think entirely, be coming from our water reserves, whereas the Cook Street project would be coming from the water, general infrastructure, roads, and wastewater reserves. So there would be less of an impact on each of the reserves being pulled from, and obviously it's a smaller amount. So from a reserve perspective, there would be significantly less impact because you'd be pulling out of so many different reserves. I'm not sure if there would be enough reserve in the water to pull the whole thing, or it would almost totally get rid of that reserve in its entirety.
Yeah, without having the certain number of what the cost of what was for the Nelson Street, I think we probably could cover both, but it would basically wipe it out. Now, again, if we were to do that, and if we were to say, but we will put back into the reserve the amount that we were expecting to pay in debt over the next 5 years, we'd be getting pretty close to moving some of those reserves back to a real amount. So I think it is just a case of, you know, if we fund it from reserves and then commit to paying back, sure, we can pay ourselves back maybe at 2%, not 5.5%. Pay ourselves back at 0% if we wanted, if we want to keep it really low. But then that has an impact on what those reserves are in the long term.
Councillor Urick.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just one thing I wanted to point out, just looked it up. If we're really counting and kicking it down the curb for a year, December 7th, 2022, the rate was 4.25%. It's now 5%. Again, crystal ball time, but do we really see the bank within a course of a year coming back to 4, 3, or even 2%? Highly unlikely. That's if it goes down, it's going to go down slowly like it came up, would be the guess. So that concerns me about kicking it down. Again, that 4.25 to 5, what is the penalty? That's the big number. Does it offset that amount anyways?
So I think that that in itself is probably why I would say that if you don't want to take out this loan, it's not to unfinance it and put it down the road. It's to fund this from a different source and then deal with how we fund some future stuff going forwards. And that involves contributing to reserves back. If we just leave it unfinanced, then yes, there could be 6% next year, could be 4.1, could be 3.8. We don't know. But also we'd have to be charging the loan, the interest rates of our carrying cost and so on. And so I feel like unfinancing these large things on a hope doesn't make sense. Financing it a different way, maybe.
Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Your Worship. A final question. If we agree to self-finance Cook Street, does that impact our ability to pull the $500,000 from reserves as mentioned in the report for Nelson Street?
I think that I don't have the individual numbers on that, but we could make it work even if we went into a negative balance on one of the reserves for a short period. We can put it back in as of next year as part of our contribution back. Will be my guess. One thing we are just doing is that an email is currently being sent to Infrastructure Ontario to ask what the penalty actually would be. So I wonder if somebody might like to propose a motion to defer this to after Committee of the Whole, and then we can come back to it when we will hopefully have an answer
moving
for
that
you.
motion? Councillor Bell and seconded by Councillor Bartley. All in favor? That's approved. Okay. So we're going to come back to this, and we're moving on then to item C, which is the interim tax levy. The recommendation be it resolved that bylaw 2023-79 being a bylaw to provide for a 2024 interim tax levy and to provide for the payment of taxes be taken as read a first, second, and third time and finally passed. Mover for that, Councillor Urick, and seconded by Councillor Greenfield. Any discussion? All in favor? Wish we could handle the other things this way. Item D is the recommendation be it resolved that bylaw 2023-79 being a bylaw to amend zoning bylaw 60-2009 of the municipality of Meaford pertaining to lands known as 157080 7th line be taken as read a first, second, and third time and finally passed. And you're going to present on this, Meredith? Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, absolutely. So just wanted to give a little bit of context on the file. We had the public meeting for the file on November 6th, but it's been a little while since then. So as a reminder, the zoning bylaw amendment is going to serve to rezone a portion of the lands from agricultural to agricultural with exception. So the lands would be a portion of the lands, specifically 7,650 square meters, would be rezoned to allow for the on-farm diversified use, also known as a home industry use, depending on which document you're looking at. And the reason for that specific area and creating that area of the property is to ensure that there's enough room for all the buildings and storage and parking that are associated with the use. In addition, the zoning bylaw amendment would also permit a maximum size of buildings to be used for that purpose of the on-farm diversified use of 750 square meters. Right now, the zoning bylaw only permits the 200 square meters. And also the zoning bylaw amendment would permit outdoor storage to be located in the front, which is currently prohibited in the zoning bylaw. The most important thing to know about these on-farm diversified uses is that they need to be secondary to the agricultural use on the property, which is the case with this proposed use. The property is still majorly going to be farmed, and this is just an additional secondary use. And secondly, that on-farm diversified uses are limited in size and scale. The provisions for that are outlined in the Grey County official plan. Meaford official plan policies mirror that plan. So this proposal really satisfies those requirements. So staff are satisfied with that. And we didn't receive any further comments in the file since the public meeting, and all the comments that were summarized at the meeting, all comments had no concerns with the application. After the decision is made on this application, the application will be subject to site plan control. So as part of that process, some of the potential issues that could come up regarding putting an industrial use in a predominantly agricultural area can be mitigated, but that would kind of be through the next process. There's nothing in this zoning bylaw amendment that would speak to that, but the applicant is required to go through site plan. So some of those issues can be mitigated at that time. So any questions, happy to answer.
Questions for Meredith, Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Worship. And just a question for Val in relation to this, just confirming. So on this particular farm then, the farm is taxed at the farm rate, but this particular project is taxed at the commercial or industrial rate, and then the house at residential rate. Would I be correct?
Yes. As long as the farmer has got qualification that he is a farmer, then yes, it would be assessed at the farm rate, and the commercial portion would be assessed at the commercial portion.
Any other questions? Councillor Greenfield?
Thank you, Worship, through you to Meredith, and this may not really apply to the planning part of it, but the signage, like, is there going to be any signs out at the road, or have we had any indication of that, or is that an entirely distinct issue from what we're looking at here?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, happy to answer that. The applicant hasn't given any information about any signs that they have proposed, but we do have a sign bylaw and a sign permit, so they'd have to go through that process just like anyone else, at a later date.
Okay. You ready to vote? All in favor? And that is carried. Thanks very much, Meredith.
Of course.
And excuse me, I'll call. Next item E, the recommendation is that Council of the Municipality of Meaford approve the award of proposal infrastructure 2023-ES-2023-02, provision of engineering services for the road reconstruction and infrastructure replacement on Trowbridge Street West to GSS Engineering Consultants Limited for $273,747.12, including provisional items and the municipality's non-refundable allocation of HST, and 2, authorize the mayor and clerk to enter into the necessary agreement. Mover and seconder for that. Councillor Bartley, Councillor Greenfield. Discussion or questions? Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Mayor Kentner. I'm a little confused on this one. We thought originally that the engineering fees would be $700,000, and now they're $273,000. Is that for the entire? Am I correct?
Yes, Your Worship. So, as I mentioned earlier, this is a project where we're doing significantly more work than we typically do in a project. So we have been recently doing 1 or 2 blocks of infrastructure replacement, and this includes 4 blocks. The $600,000 or $700,000 that we were budgeting was based on how much the engineering is costing us on a per block basis, based on what we have been doing. But we are seeing significant decrease in price, and this is what we were hoping for, because we are putting more work together. The price actually isn't that much more expensive than 1 or 2 blocks to do all 4 together. So this is typically the same amount we would see for 1 or 2 blocks of work, and we will be doing 4 blocks of engineering. So we were hoping that we would see this. However, we had to rely on the costs that we have received previously to budget for this. As you see in the report, this doesn't necessarily impact the budget that we received in 2023. It benefits 2024 budget because most of that $700,000 was in future years. And so we're just able to reduce the impact on those future budgets. But yes, doing more work at once, we are seeing significant savings.
That's really good news. So in the future years on this project, that price doesn't change. It's $273 for the whole project. And can you tell me what the cost So it'd be over $2 million for this project, the actual construction?
Through your worship. You'll see through the budget process what we have for Trowbridge. The costs that we are showing, again, we are relying on costs that we know. So again, we're hoping that these will be more than what we will actually see. However, material is material, so we might not see as reduced of a cost. However, through the engineering process and design, hopefully we'll get a better estimate of what those costs are. Let me see if I can pull this up.
I have it here. The total expenditure for the whole Trowbridge Street reconstruction is approximately $5.4 million.
So they're actually charging us 5%. It's usually 10%, and I'm that's where I'm confused. 5% of the cost is so much different than what we have been paying.
So we're hoping that 5 million is also going to be less because of economy of scale. But that's just what we can, as staff, that's our best estimate based on the information we have. But we are hoping with these larger projects that we will start to see reduced costs. 1 or 2 blocks of infrastructure is quite a small project in the spectrum of construction. And so we're going to see how it works for us. But we're hoping that we'll see a positive benefit to our budget and the amount of work we can get done.
And one more question, if I may, Mayor Kentner. So we don't get to see what the other people bid. Were they close, or was this half of the other people's and it's a mistake, or?
Through your worship, we weren't concerned with this price that we received. We were not, yeah.
Yeah. Other questions, Deputy Mayor, and I'll go around the horseshoe.
Thanks, your worship. And I recognize we're talking about the cost of the engineering here, but I'm just curious to know, because this is quite a bit of a big dig for our downtown and it's going to cause a significant disruption. Do we know at this point if they'll be able to keep one lane open, or just what things may look like during the construction?
Through your worship, we'll have to work on that through design. As we have seen in recent years, closing the road completely during construction allows for a shorter timeline and a reduced budget. We obviously did that on Sykes Street, and we've recently seen that on Gray Road 7, the full closure. We most likely would do something similar here with local traffic only, but we can definitely review what that looks like if they do it block by block, or what those impacts could be. They are going to be fully digging up the water main, sanitary sewer, which is in the middle of the road, storm sewer in certain locations, sidewalk. So there are significant impacts and work that need to be completed. And when you start to piece it out, it does make construction more difficult and those costs go up.
Councillor Greenfield.
Thank you, Your Worship. Comment, first of all, it's I think it's interesting that we got, I believe, 7 credible tenders about this. I think, to me, that's an indication that engineering firms like doing with our municipality, that they have faith in our municipality, that that we stand out as credible to them. And having, we haven't had Graham, Sharma, and Slaughter do work for us, I don't believe, for a while. They are the spinoff from the old Henderson and Patton company, and that's, I think it's great to see them back. I think they are a very good firm. If we do away with the sidewalk on the north side of Trowbridge Street, at the present, Trowbridge Street, if we allow parking on both sides of Trowbridge right now, and if you have 2 vehicles of any size meeting, usually that means one has to give right away to the other one. If we do away with that sidewalk, now I know the hydro poles are on the north side, and we don't want to get into hydro poles. But is there a chance to widen the vehicle part of of that street by a few feet, by a meter, say, or are we just going to go by provincial standards and perhaps end up with a still narrow street?
Through your worship. It was actually interesting. I was recently having a conversation with an engineer about how our roads are all very wide. So all perspective. Our intention is that we would keep the road width the same and not widen it. Part of the intention of removing the sidewalk is to remove infrastructure so that from an asset management perspective, we're being more responsible and following the standards we've put in place. So that's what we would be following, and part of the reason why we are looking at removing the sidewalk here. We will be following the standards which identify the sidewalk would be located on the south side of the road, and right now it's on the north and south. And as identified in the report, this would just be for the road segments west of Cook Street.
I think the other bit to that is that there's lots of research out there that shows the wider the road, the faster the cars travel. So when we're talking about wanting to reduce speeding in town, actually, if we could do things to narrow some of our roads, we're probably in better shape than we are if we're widening them further.
Okay, and I have just a quick question as that. Surely when we reduce a road to sidewalk on only the south side, we plow it during the winter?
Through your worship, plow the sidewalk or
Yes.
plow the road?
Plow the sidewalk.
So the sidewalk, the service on the sidewalk would remain unchanged. It's just that right now that section exceeds our standards. And so we're just putting it back to a standard or a cross section that meets the current standard.
I only asked the question because we have some roads where there is only a sidewalk on one side and that sidewalk is closed during the winter. That's, I don't want to worsen our situation for pedestrians.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, those existing are just too narrow. So they were historically constructed narrower than our cross sections are now. So it just doesn't allow for our equipment to service it, which is the only reason.
Okay,
Unfortunately.
that's good to know. Okay. Councillor Greenfield.
If I may, Your Worship, thank you for a follow-up. I guess the only downside of a beautiful new asphalt road is that it does tend to increase the speed of drivers. The other thing is, and I have to bring this up, being chair of the accessibility committee, if we take away the sidewalk on the north side, that is going to create difficulties for some people. Certainly the people who live on the north side of the road. I think they've got three options. They can cross the road to the south side, which if they're physically able, that's not a big deal. They can walk down the north side along the curb, which isn't really advisable, or they can walk down the north side on the front of their neighbors' lawns, which isn't likely advisable. So I'm okay with this. I'll vote in favor of it, but here again, it's likely in the future for somebody going to make commuting on Trowbridge more difficult.
I think, Councillor Greenfield, you've hit on the largest conundrum that we as staff and you as council face and are going to continue to face for the next decade at least. You're 100% right. We should have sidewalks on both sides of the road in downtown Meaford. We're also 100% right when we say we cannot afford to have sidewalks on both sides of the roads in downtown Meaford. This is the level of service conversation that as we continue to develop the asset management plan over the next couple of years to meet the government's deadlines and work for it on an ongoing basis, we are going to have these really difficult conversations about, quote, what's more important, money or service on lots of things. And this is actually a great example of what I was talking about earlier in terms of committees, in that, an infrastructure committee that's looking at our asset management, our long-term financial viability would say, Tori's absolutely right, we should have sidewalk on one side of the road. An accessibility committee and a community committee will both say that we're absolutely wrong and we should have sidewalks on both sides of the roads. And that's why you're going to get input from all angles. So yeah, this is a really, really, really hard thing to do, but we are going to have to make some of those fairly impossible decisions.
Councillor Urick.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, Harley. I was going to bring up the sidewalks as well. So to your statement, I'm just curious. So if you're not widening the road, you take out the sidewalk, how far is the pavement going to go? Because everybody's got pavement to the sidewalk.
So it'll be grass. So essentially their front lawns will look larger. It will be municipal property.
But what
just
about
like-
the driveways?
So we would extend, like the driveway would remain.
Okay.
We would essentially probably fill in the sidewalk with probably from the road to that with asphalt or whatever is currently there. Most likely we'd be impacting a lot of them anyways, because we'd be replacing water services or sanitary services, which typically end up in the driveway area. And so we did this on Cook Street on the east side of the road. When we did that project, there were sections of the sidewalk that were removed. We'd be doing the same thing here. That one had less connectivity, so it was easy to identify its removal, but I 100% agree. These are really difficult decisions to make. This is what our standard currently is. And as you've seen through our current asset management plan, funding that is even a challenge. And so I also look forward to these conversations because I would love sidewalk everywhere. And I also know that roads are important. So it's just a challenge to figure out what best helps the community.
Thank you. I prefer sidewalk, but if they're not, I'm just wondering how we were linking the existing driveways.
For those, oh, sorry, go ahead. Well, I'm just going to say for those without the benefit of being able to read the staff report here, Trowbridge Street, the infrastructure under the asphalt is 118 years old, put down in 1905. And yet I defy you to show me a prettier street anywhere than our Trowbridge Street. It's a beautiful street, and says a lot about the tree canopy, which is coming up later in our agenda today. So, Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Mayor Kentner. Just rough idea. What would it cost to put sidewalks on the additional 2 blocks? And can it be priced so we could decide at that time whether to go forward or backwards with the sidewalks?
Through your worship, there's potential that the engineering cost might be slightly more expensive if we do put the sidewalk in because it wasn't included in the proposal. Those costs would be probably minimal in the grand spectrum of the project. Based on our initial estimate, the sidewalk would be I assume it would be double what we have budgeted, but it could be slightly less, but it would probably be around 300,000. Potentially, this is just based on my initial look, but it could be slightly less than that. But it all depends based on what would be required.
I think the bit I want to say to that, because it's funny, I asked Tori exactly the same question. If we do it here, what about the next time we do this? And what about the next time we do this? And what about the next time we do this? This, I think, is one of those examples of we need to have a level of service and we need to stick with it. Because if we try and do it every time we are budgeting for something, then our long-term planning goes out the window to a certain extent, and then we sort of adapt it every single year because there's always a road that's being done somewhere, and we aren't putting 2 sides on Algonquin Drive when we do that next year, and so on and so forth. So, I think I would be really cautious about saying, let's do it for this project, because that bit to the west of Cook Street is beyond sort of what we determine to be the true downtown area. And there will always be more places where we would have the same conversation.
Are we ready to vote? All in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. Do we have an answer from on the cost of the
We
penalty?
do, but what I think might be best, if you didn't mind, was that we have a brief recess now, and then go into committee of the whole, and then we'll come back to this one once we come out of committee of the whole before councillor motions. The recess will just give Val and I a few minutes to just chat about the response we've had, because it isn't quite as clear cut as a number. Unsurprisingly.
Yeah. Okay, I'm going to adjourn us for 15 minutes here. I know, we need.
Yeah, she might not come back.
Yeah, she called me very.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to call us back to order. It's now 3:23 and we're moving into committee of the whole. And first item is our accessibility annual status report for 2023. The recommendation is that committee of the whole, one, receive the accessibility annual status report for information purposes, and two, receive the legislative compliance summary report 2023 for information purposes. Can I have a mover and seconder?
Could we just have a mover and a second to go into committee of the whole and then a vote?
Oh, that'd be
please?
a good idea, sure. I need a mover and seconder to move into committee. Moved by Councillor Bell, seconded by Councillor Bartley. All in favor? I don't think I even have to ask that. So, committee or community services, the accessibility annual status report. A mover and seconder for that. Moved by Councillor Greenfield, seconded by Councillor Uhrig. Any discussion of this report? Councillor Greenfield.
Thanks, Your Worship. This is an annual presentation that we have to do again, provincially mandated. Our municipality passed our own accessibility plan back in 2022, I believe, which will stay as our guiding force until 2026. There are two provincially mandated reports that we need to fill out. Mr. Smith and Ms. Wilton Segal look after those, and I think Margaret is anxious to run a few comments by us. Or answer a few questions. Whatever. There are a couple of projects from this year that I would like to just mention later, but I'll open the floor for any questions or comments. Thank you.
Would you like to speak to this, Margaret? Please do.
Oh, thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to be available if there are any questions that I could
Okay,
answer.
already. Questions? The deputy mayor will not allow anybody to go without one question. Go ahead.
Oh dear. No, and actually I don't have a question, but I just want to take this opportunity, as I always do, to express my appreciation both to Councillor Greenfield and to Margaret for the great work of this committee. I mean, our accessibility committee, as we know, is the single one. Grey County works together, and I just find that we are such leaders in this field and we're example setters. And I just wanted to say, well done, Margaret. I know your leadership is a great inspiration. So thank you for all you do in relation to accessibility.
Go ahead, Margaret.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to add too, thank you for the comments and my appreciation to the committee who has really helped with that leadership in our community. I think we couldn't be where we are without their really incredible input and perspective. So I just thought that was important to add.
So are we ready to vote? All in favor? And that is passed. Thank you so much. Next, what everybody's been waiting for, short-term accommodation stage 2 report. So the recommendation is that the committee of the whole recommend council of the municipality of Meaford direct staff to develop a short-term accommodation licensing bylaw, licensing program, and enforcement program that is designed to address issues causing negative impacts on neighboring sites, specifically including provisions covering 1, on-site parking, 2, availability of STA site manager to address issues, 3, occupancy limits, 4, basic fire safety provisions, 5, infraction reporting mechanisms to operators and their online marketing and rental agencies. And 6, availability of municipal enforcement officers during evenings and weekends. So go ahead, Mr. Boyd.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll just like to introduce this a little bit more before Graham takes over the review of the content of the report. And of course, we can answer questions afterward. This was the first of Council's priority projects to have an adopted charter to move forward, as Council had identified the importance of this work as was expressed to them during the last election. What was undertaken was a review of available sources of data as directed, and also a what I kind of refer to as a to the point session of community engagement that involved a questionnaire, and Council directed staff to have one public meeting, which what we did is we held one day of meetings and had 4 2-hour sessions that day. Graham can talk to the details of what was discussed there, but it was a broad range of input from across the community, where people that commented not only in person, but through emails, as well as correspondence to Council. We also looked at, and the responses on the questionnaire that related to all various aspects about short-term accommodations. As we expected, the comments were quite varied and spoke to more than just the oversimplified issues of what are the impacts of these on neighboring uses, but spoke to the way the businesses are conducted, the scale and frequency of some of these negative impacts, as well as many of the positive impacts. And as we even heard earlier in today's meeting, the different types of operators of these businesses. So it was quite a good, fulsome discussion given the tight scope. And Council also initiated this specifically to come up with a licensing program. So it was not intended to find out everything about this and analyze every data point down to 3 decimal places. It was to get an understanding of how this functions and to bring forward a licensing program. This is the second of 2 reports the Council will see. And what we would ask is that after this one, that there is that direction as identified in the recommendation, essentially choose from the menu items of how we might move forward. And again, staff will be happy to answer any questions you have related to that. And with that, I'll ask Graham to review the details of the information.
Go ahead, Graham.
Thank you. Yeah, so just to elaborate on that. So this process really did start out with a robust community consultation after a pretty large existing data bank search. Basically what happened is we went to the community with the information that we found out during our desktop research, and wanted to find out from the community more about how short-term rentals may impact them, whether they're a short-term rental, what are they willing to bear as a result of licensing, where there may be some pain points in the licensing process, and find some barriers to implementation as well. We went through this and we found that there were really 6 key themes that came up during our consultation period. The first one is that there could be collateral consequences to the tourism sector and other businesses. So those that may not be tourism operators themselves, but may be tourism adjacent, whereas they may benefit from tourism. So they would be impacted by a potential licensing program as well. And they basically expressed concern that if the number of short-term accommodations were reduced or to some degree eliminated, could have a negative impact on their business or their livelihood. We also heard about enforcement concerns, where many residents raise a concern that an enforcement program will be a costly endeavor, which it very likely could be depending on what you're looking to enforce, and making sure that taxpayers pay as little as possible for this, and that to some degree that the cost can be borne by the program itself. So that was another part of the enforcement, as well as some short-term rental owners sharing their belief that, they may only rent their short-term rental for certain weeks of the year, and a licensing program may impact their ability to do so as well. We also heard from some about housing market concerns. However, we found in our research that we typically don't have the large scale housing investment in the short-term rental side here that we may see in some larger cottage centers like the Muskokas or Niagara-on-the-Lake, areas like that. Nevertheless, there is some impact when housing goes to short-term rentals, but we don't know what that is yet, and there's really no sophisticated way we could calculate that with the data that we have in-house, as was the project scope. Next, we had licensing concerns where some short-term operators, they're open to a licensing program, but they have concerns relating to fairness as to how it may be used. So, for example, people that use a short-term rental only 3 or 4 weeks of the year, are they going to be subject to the same requirements as someone who does it as a full-time endeavor? As well as many short-term operators actually said in our consultation quite openly, as Rob can attest to, that they see this as an opportunity to hold their industry to account and make sure that everyone is operating on an equal footing. We heard from some that, for example, by putting a licensing program in, it stopped people from unsafely operating and undercutting them as a result. The final piece that we heard from were related to operational and permissibility concerns. And there's differing opinions in the community about how short-term operators should be able to operate it, whether it be in a primary residence. But many secondary residence short-term accommodation operators said that this is the only way they're able to pay for their property and thus keep it within their family, as well as others expressed concerns about the impact of absentee short-term operation. Short-term owners basically not keeping up with properties. We found that to be not as big of an issue when we went to the community. There's often a stereotype that some people envision when they hear of an Airbnb owner or things like that. And we found that with the owners that we spoke to, that's generally not what's happening in the community. And that for the most part, we do have responsible short-term accommodation operator owners who want to be above board with the licensing program and see that as an accountability tool for their industry. So with that, we'd like to open discussion for you. There was as we spoke about, there is a bit of a menu there for things you can consider, things you may want to see in a bylaw. We gave some points in the recommendation relating to things that staff want you to consider when drafting a bylaw. But with that, we're certainly open to discussion about the rest of us. Just wanted to highlight those 6 points just to start off the discussion, so we're all kind of speaking from the same footing here.
And on behalf of Council, Graham and Rob, I'd like to thank you for spearheading the effort on this. And I think you've given us the deliverables we were looking for. I think there was some criticism of the single day, but you came up with 4 separate and exhaustive meetings. And I think that we've heard, really good feedback from the people in the industry. And I haven't heard a lot of negative impact from people who have been concerned about the whole issue. So thank you. And I'm opening it for discussion and questions. Councillor Urick.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, Graham and Rob. Yeah, having attended one of those was really, really good. I thought it was well done, fair and measured, and it was really quite good. I do have, first off, I'll start with, great report because it's a tenuous topic, and I think you've done, actually, I like the report. I think you've done a really good job. The only comment I want to make is that there's been a lot of comments about the 16 complaints, and therefore we don't have a problem. And the only reason I want to address that is, this is a question comment. So when the survey was done, page 425 results, I've experienced a noise complaint was 108. I've had a bylaw concern was 94. I've had a concern relating to short-term accommodation property in which the police had to be called, 45. So this obviously transcends 16, if these people are being honest, but there's a lot of people who won't go through the actual mechanism of going to the municipality to file a complaint. So just because there's 16 that are on file does not mean that there are not more that exist out there. Having said that, I think we have many, many, many responsible owners and operators in our municipality. And I'm very strongly in favor of a demerit system where that is the methodology to root out the bad actors, who you penalize somebody who does not do what they need to do, and utilizing that tool, which that's what we really need to put in place as far as I'm concerned, to try and really control the problem areas. So thank you for what you've done. But if that survey is kind of any kind of indication, it totally paints a different picture about concerns and complaints that exist from the municipal point of view.
Rob, you wanted to respond to that?
Through your worship, I don't disagree. The challenge is, again, that's a self-reporting mechanism, and we don't know when someone says, I've had a bylaw complaint. If you've not made a bylaw complaint, you have an idea about something that might be a bylaw issue, right? And there's a lot of assumptions that people have of what bylaws are and what can happen and can't happen. In fact, if the numbers are that high, had they all been complaints, perhaps this may not have been an issue, and the problem places would have been dealt with because there would have been so many bylaw infractions, and those folks may no longer be in business. So here's a case where we want people to come out. That's why we have bylaw enforcement, where our level of service is defined as being complaint driven. And so we can't solve the problem that we don't know about. And going on Facebook, for example, and telling people about how terrible it is not a way that we identify bylaw enforcement, right? So is it larger than the 16? Likely, but we can only go with the data that we have. And in some ways, the scale of that also does not really matter. If council wants to address that issue and it's a valid issue, whichever noise or what have you, then it's okay to address it even if you would only have one. So.
Deputy Mayor Keaveney.
Thank you, Your Worship. First of all, thank you for the report, Graham and Rob. Graham, I think you were with the municipality about 5 minutes when this landed on your shoulders, and you've really run with it and done a terrific job. 2 questions, if I may. The first, when we look at the 6 items, one of them is basic fire safety provisions, and I'm wondering, with our current full-time fire staff, do we feel that we have the ability to do these fire inspections?
This is probably the same answer I've given a number of times today. Yes, if we're willing to reduce the level of service somewhere else. If we want to keep doing all the things that we're doing, then no. So I think that part of the ask today is, tell us that these are the things that you want so that we can go away and figure out what that actually will mean in practice. And it may well, not just on fire inspections, but on other things, it may well need some resourcing of this, because even just the administering of potentially 200 applications a year is no small feat. So when we come back with a bylaw, providing you give the direction we're expecting today, then we'll have a better handle on what's possible and what's not, and what the resources might be. And of course, there will be fees associated with these applications that would be designed to cover whatever those costs would need to be.
Thank you for that, Matt, because that was kind of the second part of my question. So then we'll use all of this information then to, along with the research that's been done in the surrounding communities, which I know is all over the map, to determine what's an appropriate fee for Meaford, recognizing that a number of our Airbnbs are not full-time operations. So how do we create a fee that's fair, so to speak, for all the different circumstances in the community?
Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Mayor Kettner. To Jennifer, Nick, Brianna, Chris, and any other STR operator out there, this council had no intentions or have no intentions shutting you down. I keep hearing that time and time and time again, email after email, why you want to shut us down. That's not what we want to do. I want to thank council for pushing this to the top, and thank staff for jumping on it for us. We do want to have it regulated. Having said that, I can't answer Chris's question about the 16. I know I have had several complaints out in the rural. And I've asked each one, did you phone bylaw or will you? One of them did. The rest didn't. So they looking for me to do something. That's why we're doing it. But just rest assured, there isn't a person around this table who wants to shut this down. It is an important part of the municipality, ECDEV and everything. We just need to get a control of it. And I think the best thing coming out of this is a demerit system where we can shut down the troubled things quicker and easier. Thank you.
Councillor Bell.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. So, Councillor Bartley, you're absolutely right. Every one of us around the horseshoe have been receiving emails and conversations from those. Some of them are entities that have formed a business model where this is a true business that they want to do, and there's others like we've had from our guest speakers where they're pretty low key. I never mentioned this to you, Mr. Mayor or Madam Deputy Mayor, but to me, this is it's something that I experienced. I coached soccer for a number of years in Owen Sound before I went on council. And my point to this with short-term rentals is this. One day, the convening league came to all the coaches and said, Coach, you are no longer allowed to bring oranges for your players. Coach, you cannot bring water. And coach, even though it's an exuberant game, you are not allowed to touch any of your players coming off of the field. Why? Because someone, somewhere, did something that ruined it. They just ruined it. They ruined it for the Soccer Canada. They ruined it for the convening leagues, their parents and caregivers, the coaches, and above all, the players were affected by someone, somewhere, doing something that somebody had to make a decree. This is where we are. There's a lot of people, like you've said, Councillor Bartley, and we've heard from good people. We've heard from people who care about their neighbors and they care about the municipality. They care. Someone, somewhere has done something that's highly offensive, and it causes us to have this as one of our priorities when we were running for election. What the heck are you going to do about the problem with short-term rentals? Councillor Uhrig, you're right. Not all of them are a problem. They just aren't. But we are here today with what's before us. And again, someone, somewhere did it. And we have got to come up with something to literally level this thing out. So that was just a little thing I thought about this after we had met and we talked about this. It happens. And so today, I think this is called stage 2, or accommodation short-term stage 2. It's another step forward in doing this. And from what I can gather, a lot of the people who have their short-term accommodations, they're really not opposed to having a licensing system. And I think the comment that I just heard, someone say, there are those that kind of don't behave and they undercut. And it's another aspect of how to get a handle on this and kind of level it out. So, thank you.
Councillor Greenfield.
Thanks, Your Worship. Thanks to Mr. Smith, Mr. Voigt, Graham for all your work and everyone else who's been involved with this. 15 months ago, back in, when we were out canvassing, three most apparent subjects at voting time were high taxes, bag tags, and STAs. STAs, most of the comments were of, why don't you have an STA bylaw? There were some that were complaining about short-term rentals and abuses in the neighborhood. Our staff took on the job at council's direction to come up with a bylaw. And I have to admit, when we first started this, I thought, okay, 3 or 4 months, we'll have a bylaw. It wasn't that easy. And it shouldn't have been that easy. I have to admit, I have learned a lot of the pluses of STAs in our municipality, and there are a number of them, and they can't be denied. And unfortunately, there have been some abuses. I'm not going to say how many. I know there have been some, and they need to be addressed. They need to be avoided. They need to be hopefully eliminated. But anyway, we're taking I think a slow, very careful, very concentrated approach, and I'm glad we're doing that. I do want to ask about the number 6. It mentions in our list of things to do, the availability of enforcement officers during the evenings and weekends. And I hope and I expect it's going to be included in the report that, okay, there's a possibility we're going to need more bodies out there, more employment officers. You can only adjust hours so much, and then you realize we just don't have enough people to work even adjusted hours. So I'm hoping some kind of compensation will be funded there. And I have said before, I don't want STA regulations, registration, enforcement to cost our taxpayers money. I want them to be a revenue neutral situation. I guess the question I do have, and I'll put this to Mr. Voigt or to Graham, if indeed we do have staff shortages and do need more bylaw enforcement officers, is a possible answer to that not just going out and hiring more people, but could the answer be putting a limit on STAs in our municipality, number X? And I don't ask me what that number is, but could that be an option?
Yes, Mr. Voigt.
Through your worship, I don't believe that there would be a way for us to do that math problem. So as soon as there's additional enforcement, we're going to either, as Matt had said, same with fire, the services that we have under fire services would have to be changed. It's the same thing. If we maintain the same staff complement, that means other things don't get done because the hours, people only work a work week every week. And I don't know where we would be able to say, well, if you have, and I'm just going to make up numbers here, 50 more units means 27 more calls, and therefore it's a person or not. Like that math doesn't exist. And there's no way for us to calculate. We either have the enforcement there or not. I think the offsetting of that is to know, again, just making up numbers, we have 1 or 2 persons doing that. And quite frankly, if it is evenings, it's always going to be 2 persons. We're not going to send someone in by themselves for safety reasons. Well, then that cost, as the councillor said, should be borne by the program, which would be through the licensing fees associated with that. I wish we could be able to say, that there's some clear math about that. But as soon as you start that, if you're not willing to change level of service somewhere else, it probably means 2 people, unless we can be creative and find some other way of doing, some sort of partnerships or whatever that are out there with county neighboring municipalities. I mean, this is a moving picture that we know. You even saw in the report, the feds are looking at aspects of this as well. So this isn't exactly the most solid ground that we're in. It is dynamic. And so once we get this recommendation from council, there may be other things that we can figure out. But the message of that the ratepayers not paying for this was the assumption we were working on all along.
I think having a limit on the number would actually probably be counterproductive to what you're talking about, Councillor Greenfield, in that if we need enforcement for 200, we still need enforcement for 150. In fact, the more of these, the higher your license fee revenue is, and the more chance you have of covering some of those costs. So I don't think that we will be at a stage where we would have so many of these that we would need multiple teams of people on any given Friday night to be in 4 different locations at once. I think that's a number that we would be way under.
Before moving on here, I just want to ask Councillor Greenfield, do you want to suggest or like move a motion on number 7 that the license fee needs to be revenue neutral? Is that something you wish to do?
I think that's already in the project charter.
It is,
So-
is it? Okay, fine. If it is, then we don't need to worry about it. Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Mayor Kettner. 2 things. I hope within this bylaw that there are huge fines for somebody that does not register. It will come out, hey, this guy's not registered. I hope there's fines so that it makes it very imperative to register for this. Having said that, I don't want our bylaw working weekends and 24/7. I've read other short-term accommodation bylaws from other municipalities. There's a few of them right here in Grey County that are using security firms to do this. There's security firms now that do this, look after STAs in the county. I'm with a club in Owen Sound. We've hired these security companies to do our security versus the Owen Sound police. They're top notch, saved us a ton of money. And I hope that's the way we go, is with these security companies. They're already doing it and they're out there and their price is very reasonable.
Through Mr. Mayor, we have used a security company for some municipal bylaw enforcement in the past. We did that, I think, 3 years ago at Memorial Park. So it is possible. We found a number of challenges associated with that. One was the fact that in order for them to do any legal enforcement, we have to name all of the individual staff members of that company, and so we have to be certain that we know who they are and that it's the same people all the time. The other is the by the nature of being security officers rather than municipal law enforcement officers, they have less training with regard to things like prosecutions and so on, and so to move anything forward in terms of enforcement was challenging. And in the end, the cost wasn't actually any particularly better than we were getting otherwise. I think it might be an option, or it's always an option, but I'd say if we were struggling to get municipal staff to fill positions to do it, then that might make sense. Some of these municipalities are already doing a certain particular security company for their standard enforcement as well, which I think is a bit of a different situation. It wouldn't be my recommendation, but I think a lot depends on, as we say, when we come back with actual information about what the financial and resource costs of this would be based on these criteria.
Councillor Euring.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And yeah, we're not going to guess numbers. You're right, Rob. But I mean, just when we looked at other municipalities and using the example, if we had 200 operators and they were paying $250 a year, that's $50,000 right there. That if we have another bylaw officer, for an example, we know that we're already woefully short on what the 2 existing bylaw officers we have are able to do. Is this third operator, if we manage to be able to secure another bylaw officer, would they be spent 100% of the time chasing STAs? Unknown. But the hope, judging by other municipalities and what they've done, is that would seed money to actually help us get enforcement to be able to kind of afford somebody that would be able to assist our existing bodies with what they do. Because they wouldn't be hired just to be STA people. They'd be general enforcers. I'm going to put on my Brandon Forder hat for a second and get very younger without the hair. He actually had also weighed in on this, and he wanted to say, because he did talk to Fire Chief Allen about the concern about the inspections, because they already perform more than 200 fire and safety checks a year. So we had already had this discussion earlier, and Matt had said this is talking about rolling this out. We couldn't possibly go next year, okay, 200 to go, and we're going to inspect them all tomorrow. It's not going to happen. But by the same token about revenue neutrality, he did point out that Lambton and Shores, I think, was one example that was done at Roma, that for some years was spending like $250,000 a year on the program, which can't be allowed to happen. This should be a break even neutral scenario at worst, hopefully. But I just feel that we can utilize licensing fees, bylaw, etc. Thank you.
Oh, yes.
I think what I would say at this point is that I think we're being slightly waylaid from the topic at hand here. Resourcing is something we will look at once we have this direction. So, I don't think today you all need to get too hung up on how this will happen. What we're talking about today is what you want to happen. The project charter, as we say, says that this should be a revenue neutral thing. So when we come back with a bylaw, then we will have some proposals on how we do that and what that is. But right now, I think what we need direction on is what do you want included in the bylaw? And that's what's on the table right now.
I noticed one of the things that is not showing up then in your questions, but I hear it out there, and I have no preconceived notions, but some people are asking that STAs be confined to cottage country, quote, whether it's shoreline properties or, I don't know how you would define country, cottage country when you go to the rural area of Meaford. So I'd just like to hear what the thoughts are on that one. Go ahead, Mr. Voigt.
Your worship, again, hard to define, but the nature I would look at from what we've understand about the marketplace, the idea of just pushing it out into the rural areas, I would argue probably does a pretty big impact on the industry. Much of the interest is for people to some of it's to experience the rural kind of lifestyle, what that offers, but also what urban Meaford offers. And to just assume that if we have these other provisions in place, the question is, why does it matter? Right? Again, if they're not noisy, if the parking's taken care of, if something goes wrong, there's someone available, if we've got the right enforcement, and it's happening in your neighborhood, then what's the problem? Essentially, nothing's going on that you can notice that's bad to you. So I would say trying to compartmentalize that, I would want to know, again, and council can do that. You can do that all day long. It's about why, what are we trying to solve by doing that? Because there could be many, many unintended consequences of that. And in fact, we heard folks that are where historically, for a couple generations now, Meaford has been renting out the shoreline cottages, right? There are now full-time residents on cottage roads in cottage association areas because that's what they used to be. Now they're full-time residents, and we're hearing from people living there say they don't want them there either. These are a minority of people we've heard from. So I don't know what that solution, what problem that solution brings.
Are you ready to vote? All in favor of accepting this report? And it's unanimous. Thank you. Thank you, Graham. The next report is a recommendation that Committee of the Whole recommend Council of the Municipality of Meaford, 1, approve the award of tender PF 2023-10 Harbor Deed Dock Replacement to Croft Industrial at a cost of $300,660.10, including the municipality's non-refundable allocation.
Sorry, Mayor Kentner, that's my fault. That was a report that had to come off the agenda at the last minute, and I didn't get you a new printed copy.
Well,
So we should be on Blue Dolphin pool operations.
Bring me an up-to-date copy at the beginning of the meeting if we're leaving it to the last minute. Okay, moving on to operations. Item D, recommendation that Committee of the Whole recommend Council of the Municipality of Meaford authorize the execution of an agreement for the YMCA to continue to operate the Blue Dolphin Pool for the 2024, 2025, and 2026 summer seasons with the option to renew for the 2027 and 2028 summer seasons. Need a mover and a seconder to put that on the floor. Moved by the Deputy Mayor and seconded by Councillor Greenfield. Discussion, questions, Councillor Urick.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good news. I think it's great. Well done. I think it's badly needed if we can't, unfortunately, secure our own lifeguards. My only question was, I didn't see anything in there, and heaven forbid that it's always worst case scenario. If something happened in the next 3 years that the Blue Dolphin pool was not operable, would we be committed to anything with YMCA? Just, is there an out clause in case that is a possibility?
Through you, Mr. Chair. And first of all, before I answer your question, I just want to say thanks so much. Our friendly partners are here and it's been a lovely treat to work with them through the whole process. So, and I agree, I think it's a good news story. To answer your question, and I've been involved in this process for a very short amount of time, so I'm going to look to Matt for the historic individual also, but we have worked with the Y on the agreement in the sense that we still are responsible for capital costs. So the pool technically, like the infrastructure is still ours. And as per the draft agreement, if something were to go wrong, so like a pump wasn't working and the pool isn't operable, like there is a cost sharing situation in which we're responsible for the capital side of things, and if they can't run their programs, then obviously we have, like, there's a way that we would address that financially. If it's an operational issue, it goes back to them. So like if for some reason they can't find it, you know, I don't know, everyone's sick on one day or whatever the case might be, then that is their responsibility too. I think that's a good way to cover it.
Yeah, I think there isn't a specific clause in here that does talk about, you know, if there is a catastrophic failure and the pool doesn't exist any longer. My instinct is that we could put something like that in here, but because this is very much designed to be a partnership rather than necessarily a contractual basis of we will pay you this much to run this service. I think that if we were in that kind of situation, then the two teams would get together and would figure that out. But we can absolutely put something in this bylaw, in this agreement, before we actually finally pass it next time.
You ready to vote on this? All in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. Please. Just checking to see that the next report I have is in the latest thing on the online.
We should be on enterprise now. Oh, tree inventory. Sorry, I'm looking in the wrong place.
So I think I'm right here. The recommendation is that Committee of the Whole receive report operations 2023-14 municipal tree inventory for information purposes. Mover and a seconder for that. Excellent report. Thank you, Councillor Bartley and Councillor Urick, seconded. And do you want to speak to the report, which I think was excellent?
Oh, well, thank you. I think it's exciting too, but I won't get too excited about it. But I will say that, and since the report was published, I've had a few wonderful questions just about next steps. And I feel like I've tried to highlight where this takes us next. And it's, you know, we can manage our own assets now that we know where they are, and we have some policies that we need to solidify over the next little while about how to do that, especially on, say, our own construction projects or whatever that might be. But also it does open the door for, you know, looking at our 2012 tree bylaw that exists and whether or not that's worth an update. So I think it's great to know what we have, and trees are important, but yeah, the next year there'll be some policies that will come out of all of this.
So any questions for Jessica? Looks like we're ready to vote. That's great. All in favor? And that's one of our 16 priorities that we can check off. And it won't be long and we'll be checking off the STAs as well. Our next report is the enterprise update report, the recommendation that Committee of the Whole receive report operations 2023-15 enterprise update for information purposes. Mover and a seconder for that. Councillor Bartley and Deputy Mayor Keaveney. I'm sure nobody has any questions about this report. Oh, Councillor Bartley.
I didn't, but I took the challenge. So I have the report that I agreed to from 2020. And it says that the average cost per year over 10 years is $156,700. Looking at what's happened, and I know COVID threw a real snowball into this, but I'm concerned because I do know we got more for our used vehicles than we anticipated. And yet we went in, took a bunch of reserves and depleted the reserves in order to do this. I don't understand how that happened inside the program. And then the question being is, how did that happen? And are we going to stay close to the $156,000 per year? That's what I agreed upon in 2020.
Through you, Mr. Chair. And I'm gonna look to my friend in finance to help me with this as well. So two things. Yes, COVID didn't help at all. So I think in my mind anyway, and maybe it's different in yours, but this is how I keep myself sane. Operating and capital are two, in this instance, are very different. So when I look at the operating summary, in my humble opinion, it is doing what we had thought that it would do. So some years are going to be higher. We would put the money in the reserve. The next year things were lower. You know, like I feel like we knew that, what was the word that you used? That there was a wave, and that is what we're seeing. So I think that's positive. And in the end, when you look at the actual costs and the budgeted costs, the difference is positive from an operating standpoint. What was different from what we thought would happen in the beginning to what happened was the capitalization of our capital assets that are on the vehicles. So we had thought that they would be per vehicle, if that makes sense, which I think works out to like $12,000 on average per vehicle over the whole time. What ended up happening was that they became ours, and therefore we had to pay for them all up front, which is like you're saying, that we had to go into reserves to do it. Because in my humble opinion, I didn't think that that was what we were going to end up having to do, but we did. And so now those one-time costs are nothing that we're paying for over the next 10 years. Does that make sense, Val?
Yes. The only thing I can add to that is your comment about the 160,000 that you approved, realizing that we've added a few vehicles over the couple of years. So that 160 now is turned into 190 because there are two or three new vehicles.
Which, sorry, through you, Mr. Chair, which were approved through the following year budget. So there was an additional bylaw vehicle, an additional building vehicle, and a fire vehicle. So the original, like you say, is it 2020 already? Like the 2020 number was 3 less of what we're dealing with now.
Thank you. And so the reserves were basically for capital, like truck bodies, the backs of the trucks and stuff like that. Is that what the reserves paid for?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes. So some of all of the dump boxes, there's a crane addition, like all of the bigger add-ons, which will be reused when we recycle the vehicles. So those are staying with us.
Okay, thanks. So that's where the reserves went to, is that, and that is paid for the next 10 years. We shouldn't worry about that.
We won't.
And so my new figure is 190, and I do realize how that happened, and we did approve that. Thank you.
Yeah.
I think the bit that's worth adding on the capital side of things is that obviously that was an upfront cost that we had to do. When you work it out over the 10-year lifespan, and some of those add-ons may well last more than 10 years, but we're working on 10 years. It's $15,000 a year for all of the vehicles to have got all of those things added to them. So it is obviously a cost, but it's not a huge cost, and certainly would have been something we had to add to vehicles if we were buying them outright as well.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think this question always comes up when we're talking about fleet, but whenever the timing is right to switch over to electric vehicles, would we expect Enterprise to contribute to the cost of charging stations?
Great question. Through you, Mr. Chair. So the greening the fleet is 100% on our radar with Enterprise. I think when we first started, which I can't believe is so many years ago now, but when we first started, we had thought it would be sooner. When we had this discussion with them, because now we're going through our first cycle of vehicles, and we thought by now we would be kind of in the boats to try out some of the smaller stuff because they'd be available, and that is definitely not the case. The availability of electric vehicles right now is very poor because everyone wants them. So we, in working with them, are just continuing the conversation on when the time is that we're able to secure those vehicles. We need to know in advance so that we can plan for infrastructure upgrades to our own facilities, because as we've talked about charging stations on public property, we would then need to have charging stations at various municipal properties. And that takes time and budget as well to ensure. Through that conversation, in all transparency, because of that, the conversation has also entailed hybrid vehicles as an option potentially, because they do require charging stations, but lesser, and still can utilize fuel as well. So the next iteration of some of our vehicles, the conversation will continue on what might make sense for us, but we are planning to make sure that we do everything right to have the appropriate infrastructure. But right now, the availability is very limited.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I apologize, Your Worship. I think part of my question for Jessica was, do we think Enterprise will contribute to the cost of that infrastructure?
Through you, Mr. Chair, no. The cost will be up to us, but without getting too into the weeds, I think some of the vehicle, so whether you go with Ford or Chev or Dodge, some of them will offer you the charging stations with the purchase, but it would still be up to us to install them, make sure that the electrical was there, all those things. And it also depends on the brand. So do I expect money from them to electrify our fleet? No. But I mean, there's a lot of opportunity out there from a grant standpoint too, when it comes to that kind of stuff right now.
Question, Tony?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So our report, Jessica, said that we have 67 vehicles plus 10 from fire, making 77. 26 vehicles are referred to as the light duty. And that's the ones that are more involved in the enterprise program. And just a few moments ago, with Councillor Bartley talking about the rolling and the years, he mentioned like over the next 10 years kind of thing, but the report says that Enterprise is really looking at rolling them out now anywhere between 2 to 5 years, so much quicker turnover on that. And I asked this question of yourself a long time ago. So the 26 vehicles that are Enterprise get serviced not in our service bays by our mechanics. They are out in the community at other locations. And I'm wondering why that we've never looked into having our own service bay with our own mechanics do such things as brakes. And as I'm thinking about it, would that be because we would enter into a conflict of interest from the point that, let's say a vehicle is costing us $1,000 a month, but we put on $1,400 worth of brakes and we have to bill them back for a vehicle that is that the main issue, that we have never looked into getting our bays a certified service location?
Through you, Mr. Chair. So a great question, and hopefully, and if I start answering it wrong, by all means correct me. So do you mean specifically as an enterprise repair shop? Is that what you mean? So
yeah, yes, because there are locations which you send the vehicles out to, which are an accredited enterprise service depot.
yes, and through you, Mr. Chair, any garage can certify themselves with enterprise. So that is a wonderful opportunity if people want to choose to do that. And there happens to be one within the municipality, which is the one that we are currently sending our light duty fleet to. And they go for what's considered being the maintenance program. So we pay a maintenance fee every month on the vehicles to go to the shop that is certified, and they do lube oil filter, like the basics on them for us. Historically, we would even send some of our own, the program of our own vehicles out to local shops for that as well, just because quite often, in all honesty, we can't beat the price sometimes. You know, you're paying $60, $70, $80 for a lube oil filter, and it's quick and easy, and then it's coming back and being put right back into service. We could do it in-house if we wanted to. My understanding from the last time this question was asked is that we wanted to provide the opportunity for community shops to be certified and provide the business to them. That was my understanding. But we can also do it ourselves. So really it's either or.
Thank you. That's kind of interesting, because I thought when I'd been thinking this through, that when I said it could be a conflict of interest, we'd be sending them a bill for worth more than the rental. And so we would have an internal ability to say, what is this bill worth this much, if we decided to do that. And I didn't think that they would go with that. Or I am also familiar with in the military, they get told when you're doing a re on a dual brake, you get so many hours and that's it. If you go over, it's on you. You get it done quicker. Well, you're a great mechanic. Okay. So I can see that. So I think it's of interest for us to do that, particularly when we're really looking at 51 vehicles of being serviced and 52 weeks a year. Almost. Not necessarily true.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I think there's pros and cons to both sides. I mean, I had this conversation earlier this week. From a ease standpoint, we are like the functionality with who we're currently using. It's fairly smooth, and it works well. It's funny, some of the being involved in enterprise troubles were stocking all the stuff for the basic, because we had all of the types of trucks and all of the years and had to have all of the stuff. But things are definitely different now when we're just all with, I don't want to say Chev because everyone has an opinion, but right now we're a Chev situation. So it would be easier to have all of the same stuff in house. But I think either or is fine. We don't pay it. So truthfully, through you, Mr. Chair, and I looked when you were asking that question, the maintenance fees are fairly limited. Like, it looks on average that it would be about $70 a vehicle. So it's not like I feel like we're getting. Yeah, it's not like I was surprised. It varies. So we pay per kilometer monthly, but what it works out to is about $70 to $75 per vehicle for maintenance, which I don't know that we could do that much cheaper. So
I think the two types of finances are pretty different as well. In effect, what we pay to enterprise for maintenance is a subscription. if we were the shop, what we'd be billing back to them were the actuals. So
Yeah.
they don't mesh. It would be two different departments of enterprise. They wouldn't be looking at the matching, because how they calculate their maintenance subscription will be based on their overall costs for the entire fleet, for not just our fleet, but their fleet in general, I would have thought.
Councillor Greenfield.
Thanks, Your Worship. Thank you, Jessica, for your report and your information. I see on page 461 of 5,003. Oh, I'm sorry, 503. You mentioned about for some of the vehicles, kind of downsizing size from Silverados to Colorados, and I commend you for that. I think that's a great idea. I think it's very very practical. I guess, and it gave rise to me anyway for a second question was there any discussion about could we downsize the number of vehicles that we have for our staff?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I think truthfully, I would like to go out on a limb and say that our fleet is fairly lean in comparison to what people might think. Right now, there are a lot of vehicles that are being shared between departments. There's vehicles that are being shared seasonality wise between departments. When at this point, I feel like if new folks are coming on board, like we need to really be looking at the needs of a staff member potentially with a vehicle, because we just don't have enough to dedicate to an individual at this point outside of shared units, if that makes sense. So I would happily say that I don't feel like we're over fleet. I feel like people would probably argue either way, which in my humble opinion, if people are angry on both sides, you must be doing something right. So, but we do constantly look at needs for additional staff or even seasonal staff. We've had the discussion as to whether we should look at rental vehicles for seasonal staff if that was required, because then we don't need them all year round. So I'd like to think that we're keeping our finger on the pulse as to what we could need, but not going above and beyond.
I think maybe to give council some comfort here, every year when we look at the budget, Val and I in particular push quite hard on this, because there is always requests for additional vehicles, and you'll know that you've only seen those, I think, once in the last 3 years. And we every year we ask not the fleet team particularly, but the individual teams that are using the vehicles, to show the need. Because although very much this sits within Jessica's team, it is the whole municipality who's using these, and we want to make sure that the vehicles are used to the best extent that they can. So it is a conversation we always have, and I've certainly been convinced over the last couple of months that we need all of the vehicles that we've got, and you will almost certainly see a request for at least one more this year because of some of the changes that we're making, and Val and I certainly wouldn't be bringing that forward if we weren't convinced that we needed them.
Thank you for a very responsible answer.
Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Mayor Kettner. So it's a two-part question. Would it be financially advantageous to the municipality to do our own work? Part two of that is, do our mechanics have the time to do that? Like Councillor Bell was saying, 52 vehicles, 52, that's one vehicle a week. I'm not trying to downplay anybody. Could we do it, and would we have money in pocket?
Through you, Mr. Chair, could we do it? Sure. My understanding is that it was pre my existence, but my understanding is the mechanics were sold on the sense that they're heavy duty mechanics, and that light duty stuff gets in the mix when they have the ability to do so. That stands true. Could we do it? If probably. we've only had one mechanic since August. It's a challenge to hire. So at the moment, I would say no. I think what we're doing is working because they don't have the additional work. Honestly, I would have told you that I thought maybe it would have been cheaper to do it in-house until I really looked at the numbers the last couple of days. And based on what Matt was saying too, when we really account for staff time, parts, like all the stuff that we would have to do in-house, I truly don't know that we could do it cheaper than what we're paying currently. But also within the time frame, like some days, sure, it might be easier. And some days we might have 3 plow trucks that need attention. And so that becomes a priority. Anything is possible, but I do think that the current model is surprisingly easy for us to utilize and surprisingly inexpensive in comparison to what cost could be.
I think if council wanted us to look at that in more detail, we could. We'd need some direction either through a motion today or as part of this report or through a councillor motion at some point, because I don't think we can answer that without knowing what enterprise pay for the various pieces of work that the third party garage does for us. We know what we pay a month for it, but we don't know what that income would be. So, you know, if they'll only pay $50 a car for an oil change, probably not financially viable for us or not financially sensible for us. If they'll pay $100 for that oil change, maybe. But so I think if council wanted us to look at that, we'd need some direction, because then we'd need to go and really understand from enterprise exactly how many hours they say that you need to be taking, or what the money for a particular transaction is, and whether they pay for parts and then we bill them for something additional to that, or, you know, what that looks like, because of course all those costs change on a regular basis. So we need to understand what it is.
Okay, I didn't know we're down to one mechanic. And I don't know, I wouldn't know unless I worked in the shop. But if 2 mechanics and we had 10 hours of free time a week, I don't know if they do 10 hours could do 10 oil changes. If there was that time, if you went to 2 complement and there was 10 hours a week downtime, I think we could do it. That's where I was going with that.
What I like best about Enterprise is that while we may not be the prettiest decorated Christmas town on Georgian Bay, we have a fleet that makes us look like one of the most prosperous municipalities on Georgian Bay. And I especially like the fact that all these vehicles have the latest safety features, and that knowing that our staff are safe driving them. But what I signed up for was savings and the ability to actually know what the saving was going to be, and to be able to compare that saving with the actual numbers. And that's all out the window, really, you know, and which with all, you know, good reasons, it's understood. But I don't think anybody around the table can really claim to know whether this was a good deal or not from a financial point of view.
Yeah, I think there's a few different elements to this. So you've used the word prosperous there. I'd use the word professional. I think our vehicles look an awful lot better than they looked in 2019 when we had some true rust buckets driving around the municipality, to be blunt. I think it was always going to be hard, and, you know, none of us around the table were particularly part of the initial sort of work that was done on this, but I think it was always going to be hard to prove the financial savings, because we at the time didn't really have a definitive, here's what it'll cost us over the next 10 years to replace the vehicles that we needed to replace. A lot of those vehicle prices have gone up dramatically over the last couple of years as well, which we wouldn't have been taking into account at that stage. I know that I paid a considerable amount more for this vehicle, and there was absolutely no negotiation at all. Whereas I think we're all used to the fact that you used to be able to get 5,000 off the sticker price and see what you could do. So it is hard to know what the financial change is there. I think I am comfortable that it's not costing us more over the course of it. The numbers in the operating budget are consistent with what we expected them to be, and continue to be so. I think there are other advantages in terms of how the fleet looks and how it is operated, and the safety of our team, and the reduced emissions, but also the reduced administration of not having to go out and do a tender for every vehicle that we need to replace, and not having to debate with you as council every time that we think the car should be replaced, or can it get another year down the road and so on. So I think there are quite a lot of benefits, but I agree. I think it's very hard to say that there is a financial savings. I think it's positive externalities more than anything else.
You ready to vote? All in favor? It's carried. Thank you. The next one is certainly something we've called for, and we have to make a decision here that Committee of the Whole recommend Council of the Municipality of Meaford approve sorry, I lost my spot here. I beg your pardon. Yes, that approve the installation of a level 2 type B enhancement conversion kit at the crossover on Sykes Street at Parker Street, with $20,800 being funded through the road reserves. Need a mover and a seconder for that. Councillor Bell and Councillor Urick. This was brought forward, I believe, by Councillor Forder, actually. Who would like to discuss this or speak to it? Tony?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, and probably Councillor Urick, you were talking with Councillor Forder about other things. He probably mentioned some things about this. When I read this, I really believe that this is the intent of what he was bringing forward to enhance the safety, and just by drawing extra awareness to that particular location. And when I read this and I thought about what his intent was and about what the money is to do this, and it's not the huge endeavor which we could do, I'm in favor of doing this right now, the way it's presented. And I hope, Councillor Urick, maybe you can bring something from Councillor Porter, but I'm in favor for this.
Go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And oddly enough, yeah, and I mean oddly because Brandon's pretty good. He gave me copious notes on a lot of other things. He did not mention this at all. So that only leads me to actually believe, and you should never assume, but I think if he had a major problem with this, I would have heard about it. But that's all I'm going to go on because he gave me nothing. I'm sorry. I agree with you. I personally feel that this is suitable, and especially for the cost savings over the other style. I'm in favor of this, but Brandon, don't hate me now, but I'm going to favor this.
So let's be clear here. The recommendation is to go with option two, sorry, which is, sorry.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Two. Yeah, right.
Which is $20,800, and the level 2 is $67,500, which is a huge difference.
Through your worship, I think there's just some confusing language because option 1 is a level 2 type 2 and option 2 is a level 1 type A. And so we are going with option 1, what is the level 2 type B, and not and it is not recommended that we go with option 2 unless council wants to, which is the level 1 type A. So to confuse things, I apologize, but yes, option 1 is what is recommended in the report.
But the important thing to understand, if I'm right, is that the existing lights will be repositioned over the middle of the intersection, whereas the more expensive version is a much larger, brighter light.
Through your worships. So the existing lights will remain, and we will be adding additional lights that will look the same as the existing ones, but they will be over the roadway.
Yes.
Yeah. And so, and the other one is just, it's a different type of crosswalk with different styles of lights. So yeah.
I think it to me that the option we're going for covers 1/2 of the concern, which was the fact that the lights were really not anything that seemed to concern drivers as they whip around the corner and approach Parker Street. And I don't think they even see them in their line of sight because they're off over the crosswalk, over the sidewalks. But the other thing is, these will not be the kind of crosswalk lights that you find in larger centers, which are much more obvious, I would say. So I just think we should be clear on
Through your worship, these could be found in larger centers. It all depends on the type of traffic and the speed of the road. I think these are popping up more often because I think, but I could be wrong, this is a newer style of crosswalk, and that's why you might not see them in other areas where they've existed for longer periods of time. But yes, is all based on the speed of the road and the amount of traffic, what is acceptable in the location. However, in speaking with an engineer on this crosswalk, they have installed these conversion kits in other locations where it was desired to have that crossing the light over the roadway. So this is something that's used to enhance the level 2 type B crosswalk.
So, Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Mayor Kentner, and maybe you could help me out with this. I'm confused because looking at option 1, 2 large steel arms coming out with signs on them looks a lot more money than a wire going across with signs on them. Option 2. Option 2 looks much cheaper to me. I'm confused.
Through your worship. So we already have the uprights and the solar infrastructure in place. So we would just be adding the arms and the signs, and they can exist off of the current solar infrastructure. If we go with the other type of crosswalk, we would have to wire it in. The solar isn't adequate to power it. And so we would have to do a fair amount of utility work, which would include restoring sidewalk and some additional items, including repainting the roadway to meet the requirements of the level 1 type A crossover. And most likely none of the existing infrastructure would be adequate. And so it would all have to be removed and replaced. And so everything you see in that picture would be new, while the crosswalk that is being identified as the preferred option, we would just be purchasing the conversion kit. So just those arms that go over the roadway with the signs and the lights, and everything else is existing.
I thank you, but in option 1, you're adding 2 arms, 4 lights. In option 2, you're adding a wire and 2 lights. I don't understand why it wouldn't work. I guess I should stick to butcher, not bacon.
It's the electrical and construction work that we'd have to do to make the electrical work happen. Because the lights are brighter, the solar power isn't enough for them. And so we would have to get hydro in there, which it isn't at the minute. Option 2, the lights are brighter, yeah.
If I may interject here, there's also, though, a pylon in the center of the street in this option that we're looking at.
Through your worship, that is something that we could consider. It hasn't been included in the costing. This was just an example that I was provided and wanted to provide an image of it. That is an option. There are constraints, and most of the time these do get removed during winter for snow removal because they can impact snow removal. So it is something we can consider. We could also look at installing the conversion kit and then look at putting those in later. As identified in the report, we'll also be putting flashing lights on the advanced signage, which we already currently have ordered as part of this as well, which obviously isn't in either of these images, to further bring awareness to drivers as they're approaching the crosswalk.
That would be very valuable in my mind, and possibly the pylon too, or whatever it's called there. I think that would be a useful. It would certainly alert drivers that there is a crosswalk here. Any other discussion? You ready to vote? All in favor of the motion? And that is approved. Thank you. Now, updates on county council and committees and local boards. So I'm going to turn it over to Deputy Mayor Keaveney to give us the county council report.
Thanks very much, Your Worship. Although we haven't had an actual county council meeting, we've been very busy at that level, as the mayor will support. Yeah, it was a busy week, which began with PDAC, the Planning Economic Development Advisory Committee, and we met at Georgian College where the meeting began with a presentation from Paul McGrath from Owen Sound. He's part of the Southwestern Ontario Isotope Coalition. And at the moment, this is really interesting. I think isotopes are being drawn from only one of the 4 operating reactors at the Bruce. The material is sent to Germany for processing because there's nowhere here that does that. And the cancer-fighting, life-saving isotope is returned and is in clinics within 7 days from its collection. At the moment, more isotopes are extracted from this one reactor at Bruce Nuclear in 1 week than they are anywhere else in the world within 1 year. So the opportunity obviously here to expand is huge. And the question is, can they draw from more of the reactors and can they get a processing facility here? So that's all being looked into. And as I say, it's just an incredible opportunity. We also heard about a partnership which is bringing the Henry Bernick Center to Sydenham campus that operates currently out of Georgian College in Barrie and is an organization that supports business growth, retention and entrepreneurship, which would very much complement the services that are already being offered by the Business Enterprise Center in Owen Sound. Last Tuesday, December the 5th, Brian Milne, Mayor of Southgate, was reinstated for a second term as Warden of Grey County. Warden Milne advocates during his opening remarks for reconciliation. We are stronger working together, and I don't know that we'll solve it, but working certainly on the homelessness situation in Grey County. On Friday, December the 8th, County Council had a full day of budget deliberations. We began the day at 7.23% and ended 5 hours later at 7%. So we can appreciate the struggles are real at Grey County as they are in every other lower tier municipality this year. We'll be at it again for another full day this coming Friday. At that time on the 8th, County Council did agree to the creation of a finance committee, which will work year round on offering advice to council on financial challenges facing the county. That will have 4 representatives from County Council as well as the warden. We also supported a motion from Councillor Scott Mackey of Chatsworth to continue funding Grey Ag Services for $69,000. That was listed by staff as a potential cut, but we all recognize that agriculture is #1 industry in the county, and so we wanted to support that going forward, which allows them to continue to operate there behind Grey Gables. And I found this interesting. We have one bridge in the county budget, which goes to 2 residences, and we've heard a similar situation here. And staff have looked at how to construct this bridge, and the best option they're offering us is one which will come in at a cost of $1.7 million. So again, the struggles with bridges are just as real at the county as they are with us. And over to you, Your Worship, if you wanted to add anything to my comments.
Not really. The budget is really a conundrum over there, and there are so many. You have to understand that the county has responsibility for all of the social administration of the upper tier, which is all of Grey County, which is a very large area, and when you look at some of the expenditures to house the homeless, to treat the addicts, to deal with the emergency crises that happen on the street, and paramedics, things like that, what do you cut? Where is there any room for any kind of? And when I mentioned the paramedics, there are they've projected the number of calls for ambulance service has increased dramatically each year, and projecting it into the future means a lot more ambulances and crews needed, and there just is not the money to support future growth in that critical area. So it's going to be very, very tough, and it'll be the first time in my memory that we will have seen a significant increase in the county levy, but I imagine that there will be. Anyway, I have a report here on the Heritage Advisory Committee. We met recently to consider a heritage permit application for the Queen Anne style house with a turret at the corner of Syke Street and Parker Street. There's been a significant reno there, and it's been done in a series of parts. And so when we finish, basically the reno is completed, and the Heritage Committee has declined to approve a heritage permit for the work that was done. So that will come to this council for a decision on where to from here. But that is, and that sort of illustrates to some degree the frustration within that particular advisory committee with the process, because what happened is that the work got done for each part before it was considered to be approved. And so now the project is completed. None of the recommendations were supported, and none of the penalties within the legislation that are available will be acted upon unless this council, deems that it wants to do that. So I just very interesting meeting, and I have a lot of empathy with the volunteers on that committee. It was a difficult decision, but in the end, they did not agree to issue a permit for a heritage permit. Councillor Greenfield, you may want to elucidate on that too.
Thanks, Your Worship. Yeah, just to follow up on what you're saying. One of the initial problems that, and it's, you can't really point fingers at anybody, but one of the initial problems we're having in our urban area is people are going ahead, starting construction with, without a building permit, with not to mention a heritage permit, and this is very serious. Now, I don't know how we solve this problem, but it needs to be solved, and I'm sure staff are working on it. I mean, you can say it's a matter of communication or lack of communication. I don't know what the reason is, but these things are happening, and it's making for very unfortunate circumstances as the project goes forward. So my primary hope is that we can eliminate this problem, and hopefully that will make for much better relations and much better construction problems in the future, and a much more beautiful downtown. Thank you.
Councillor Bell.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. So on November the 30th, we had a Farm Safety Association meeting. This meeting was really quite good for municipality of Meaford, because after all of the fall fairs are over, all of the winning artwork from all the posters of all the safety all come back into the Farm Safety office. And with all the age groups that were represented, the grand champion winner happened to be the artwork grades 7 and 8 right out of Meaford. And when they flipped the tag over, they gave me a hard time because I kept focusing on it, saying this one really is the best. And anyway, when they flipped the tag, they thought it was in cahoots, but no such thing. And anyway, it's really great. And the winner had the challenge of saying skid steer safety on the farm. And this particular person had 6 drawn skid steer activities, which are a no-no. And they did each one individually, and it was outstanding. And so anyway, I can't tell you the name of the young person, but anyway, it was from the fall fair right here. And anyway, that's great.
I need a motion to move out of committee of the whole. Deputy Mayor and Councillor Greenfield. Are there any notices of motion?
Before we do notice of motion, Mr. Mayor, could we revert back to our conversation about the two debt bylaws? Because we haven't had enough complicated conversations today, so let's try again.
So you go ahead there, Mr. Smith.
So we have had a response from Infrastructure Ontario about the penalty, and inevitably it's not quite as simple as it could have been. Val has also been on the phone with them herself, and so may be able to give us a better answer. But the message that we've got is that the cost is unknown. The loans are already submitted to the capital market, so it will mean them cancelling the loan on the market, and the cost to us will be any difference in interest rates to make the loans whole. So my interpretation of that is that they bundle loans together and then send them out to the capital market, because the markets wouldn't be interested in our 700,000 loan, but they're probably interested in a 50 million loan that's made up of a bunch of the smaller ones from different municipalities. And so if they've already asked financiers to bid for this, then if they have to pull out a certain amount of money, then they'd have to ask them to bid again for it, and the interest rate might be different. And if it was therefore higher because it was less money, or because things had changed, we would have to pay the difference between the two. That is very unclear, because they haven't said very clearly whether that will be for the whole package or just for our package. I would imagine it's for the whole package, because otherwise, why would it matter? The other bit to this that Val and I have talked about, that we didn't sort of give you a full number on earlier, is that the Nelson Street booster station is 77% DCs. And we have to debt finance those in some form or other. We can't fund that out of reserves. So we could take an internal loan to fund it out of reserves, as we did for some things. But it is a very large amount of money. So if we were to want to do any of these without the loan, we would suggest that Cook Street would be the one that we could do internally. That's the lower of the two costs. But because the majority of the Nelson Street bus station is DCs, we can also recoup the interest charges from those DCs. So it will mean that the development charges are increased when we come with the new development study in the new year, but at least we'll be getting those interest costs back for 77% of that one.
And did you wish to comment, Val?
The only question I had was, is the two loans combined, if we cancel one and we don't cancel the other, are we going to get a penalty on both? And it's not that case. It'd be a penalty on one or the other, or both, I guess, if we decide not to do either one.
Mm-hmm. So, Councillor Bartley.
Thank you. And I'm not going to apologize for bringing this up, because I think it's very important. If the municipality didn't need the money, I thought we should self-fund it. We could pay interest to ourselves back into reserves. I just don't like a 5% or 4.85% thing for 25 years. Start out, it's $160,000 a year interest to start out the loan that we could pay ourselves. After 10 years, 160,000 or $1.6 million paid back into our reserves. Yeah, that's, if it was Steve Bartley's money, that's the way Steve Bartley, he would do it on his own. So I'm just trying to do that. It's all user pay. I don't pay the user pay system, but I'm worried about the user pay system, is why I brought it up. Unless I had a definitive answer on what it's going to cost us on a penalty, I really don't know which way to go. I would still want to maybe do the smaller one internally. Thank you.
Any discussion amongst council on this?
Just to make sure we're clear, right now, what we're debating is the Cook Street loan, and then we will have to do a separate motion for the Nelson Street one in a moment.
Yes. I'll just read that for you if you like.
So having said that, I'll bring a motion forward to self-fund the Cook Street through our own reserve money. And we can pay it back into reserves, the way I said, but with our own money, I bring that motion forward.
Is there a seconder? Councillor Uhrig. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Your Worship. And that was my original thinking as well, although now I'm less comfortable with that, understanding that there's going to be some form of penalty and we don't know what that is. And could we safely assume that the penalty is less than
the interest we would pay on that loan? They're not going to tell us.
I think we can safely assume that because the interest on the loan is on the talking about the Nelson Street one, because that's the one that's on my screen, is 80% again on the thing. Whereas if they're saying we would have to pay the difference between the interest rates, we'd be paying the difference between whatever the interest rate was when we were signed this and the interest rate now, which hasn't changed more than 0.1%. It's just a question of what the 0.1% is calculated on, whether it is just our loan or whether it's a wider package of money, because they've just been pretty unclear. They haven't said specifically it is on more than us, but they haven't explicitly said we aren't. The one bit that I would say about the motion that Councillor Bartley's just put forward is that if we fund it internally as a clear debt financing, then that does that does form part of our debt ceiling. So, and again, might be where it's different for different ones. If we were going to do the Cook Street reconstruction, where we're talking 726,000 as the initial, I think I would still suggest that we just pay for that out of our existing money, and then council puts money back into reserves over the next couple of years to top the reserves up, rather than doing that as a loan. The Nelson Street one, we would have to do as a loan because of the DC coverage.
Any other discussion? I can see Councillor Greenfield thinking.
I guess, thanks, Mr. Smith. I just need to hear Councillor Bartley's motion one more time. That has been moved and seconded. As opposed to what Mr. Smith has told us.
So thank you to Margaret for putting some words together while I'm trying to talk. I think that it is the motion be amended to replace the existing words with the Council of the Municipality of Meaford direct staff to budget internally, direct staff to finance the cost of the Cook Street reconstruction project via internal debt, is what you've said. My suggestion would be from reserves. Those are different. It sounds technical, but they are different. But right now, via internal debt is what's on the table.
Correct, as long as the reserves are replenished. On that loan, it starts out at $34,000 a year interest, according to my figures that I've just scribbled here. And you at least pay that back a year into the reserves. The reserves should be replenished. It's just
so I am being a bit mealy-mouthed and sneaky here, I think, in that if we just say we're going to transfer it from reserves, and then during council's budget process, you budget for a transfer to reserves, then we haven't taken on any debt. If you say via internal debt, then we have taken on debt and that applies. So my suggestion would be on this one that we just fund it from reserves if you want to not take on the Infrastructure Ontario debt, and then put considerably more than the initial payments to reserves to replenish it quicker than the 15 years.
And one more comment. Can I ask your opinion and Val's opinion? Is what I've just put forward silly, or does it make sense?
I'll let Val go first.
I don't think it's silly. I actually think it's a good idea, and maybe we should have done it for both. I just think the other one, because we have DC funding on it, that one we can't just spend out of our own reserves.
The other thing about the DC funding is that I believe, and I am
Councillor Urick, you're out of order. Yeah, well, we are dangerously near the time at which you have to have a
We're-
vote on
we're
whether you
probably
can keep
past that,
meeting.
actually. I think the other thing on the DC one is that my understanding is, and none of us are DC experts, but we're learning that we can't just randomly assign an interest rate on DCs. We have to use the interest rate that is appropriate. So that actually might not be less than 5%. In fact, I suspect it will be more because they use the construction index. So that I think means that I think that for Nelson Street, we should take the loan. For the Cook Street booster station, I think it's a good idea what you're saying, but I am worried about what the penalty is as they're not being clear about it. And I'm worried about the fact that we would need to make it make sense. We would need to replenish the reserves faster than over 15 years, which means we've got to actually have more money in the budget in 2024 than we would do otherwise.
But coming forth in the budget, there's going to be money to pay this loan. So we would just use that money and the budget is neutral.
Yes, but then in effect, it's going to take us 15 years to replenish that reserve. And I don't think that's a particularly wise thing to do. Yeah. There will need to be some interest in order to not put us in a negative position based on inflation. But it certainly would be, half of the payment in 2024 is interest, give or take. So yes, we could see that putting the same amount into the money in 2024 will be 2 years worth of repayments. That still would take us potentially 7 years, 8 years to replenish that reserve based on our future asset needs. I'm not convinced that's a great idea, but equally, if we've got to pay debt payments, then that's not wonderful either. There's no good answer here, I don't think.
Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. So how are we going to get them to tell us an exact number for the penalty? Because it's difficult to make a decision without knowing that and recognizing that might require a special meeting of council.
So we can't.
They won't tell us.
This is
Today, we make a decision whether we're going to take it or we're not. And then after that, if you say you don't want it, I'm going to send Michael an email and say, we agree to this one, we don't agree to that one. And then I'll find out. Probably not today. It might be a week, but I'll find out how much that penalty is.
And he won't even tell us until then if it is just our project or the whole.
I think it is just our amount, but
Okay.
I don't want to say that for sure.
Yeah, it would help if we even, if we could even get that.
Can I ask, would this compromise our municipality with this government agency that handles these loans?
I don't think so.
Yeah, I agree. I think they won't be thrilled, but they also don't have an awful lot of choice in terms of if we ask them for a loan, they kind of have to go through that process. They're not a bank that can pick and choose their clients. Whether it would have a conversation about a different interest rate later on down the road, maybe, but I don't think so.
All right, I think we're ready to vote. And this is on the amendment.
So this is on the amendment, which is internal debt financing. So that will have to have an interest rate attached. We can try and make one more phone call and see if we can press any further for some clarity. We do have a couple more items left on the agenda. Yeah, I will be very surprised. But yes, right now, what's on the table is a motion to, in effect, reject the bylaw and tell us to fund it through internal debt instead. Generally, when we've done internal debt in the past, we've done the same interest rate as we will be getting from Infrastructure Ontario. That's how we've defined that rate. So again, I think that's why I would say that we should just fund it from reserves and not use the word debt at all if you don't want to take this loan.
So the wording in the amendment is funding from reserves.
No,
it's not.
the amendment right now is to fund it via internal debt.
You think it should be changed to just funding from reserves?
I do.
I'm good with that.
And who is your seconder? Okay. All right, I'm going to call the question. Sorry,
Can I just say one more thing?
please.
The reason we want to say funding from reserves is we want to keep our debt repayment limit down as much as possible.
Okay, all in favor of this amendment? That is carried. So now we vote on the recommendation on the Cook Street reconstruction.
Yeah,
And-
so now the recommendation basically removes the bylaw from consideration and now just says fund this project internally from reserves.
Oh, so
in effect, you've got to vote again on the same motion that you've just said yes on. Just
but
to,
we're not voting on the motion that we would defeat. We were, okay.
Yeah.
So all in favor of following the process that we've just outlined? Thank you. And now we move on to the debenture for bylaw for Nelson Street. Do you want to hear the bylaw? Do you want to hear those numbers again? I don't think so. All in favor?
you just need a move and a second.
Yeah, and we, sorry, we need a
please.
moved by the deputy mayor, seconded by Councillor Bartley. All in favor? And that is approved. And that brings us, I think, to the end of our agenda. But we have another, pardon?
Back to notices of motion.
Oh, yes, sorry. Are there any notices of motion, Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Worship, and I would bring a notice to revisit the current investment policy, which would allow Val to invest more funds in GICs.
Great. And now we have a motion for decision today, and it is your motion, Deputy Mayor. I'll ask you to go ahead and present it.
Thanks very much, Your Worship, and I won't read it considering the time of day that it is, but I do just want to add a comment to it. I believe we were all contacted by residents, which was why I brought this motion forward, who were experiencing uncomfortable disruption during soil remediation efforts at the Skydive property. So the motion is here really just because I wanted us as council to have an opportunity to discuss this and to make a determination as to whether or not limiting the construction activities on Saturday is the right thing to do. So that really is the purpose of the motion. And if council agrees to disagree with the motion, that is certainly acceptable to myself, bringing the motion forward, or if you support it, that's fine too. But I just wanted our residents to know that we've listened to them and that we are here and prepared to discuss making this alteration to the current bylaw.
Is there a seconder? Councillor Uhrig, discussion, Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Mayor Kenner. I will agree to disagree for two reasons. One, if you limit the amount of hours per day that they work on a site, it just extends the job months down the road. So it's, pay me now or pay me later. Number two, we're trying to put it out there to the public, to the building industry that we're open for business, and now we want to shut them down certain times of the day. I just disagree with it. I feel for the people. I feel strongly, but I think we should be open for business and get things done as quick as possible. Thank you.
Councillor Uhrig, you're next.
I'm torn. I'm both ways. I agree with you, Steve. My question, I guess, is to Rob Voigt. Just what do you feel the impact would be? What this works down is that you're not limiting it daily. We're talking about Saturday afternoon here. So right now it works out to 74 hours. We limit it to what this motion is. It's now 69 hours. We're losing 5. So basically it's less than 7% of that work week you're talking about. So Rob, realistically, how upset are all our builders going to be that we're taking away 6 3/4% of their working time? And is this something that's kind of common that a lot of people are working Saturday afternoon, or is this a kind of a little bit more of a rare occurrence?
Through worship, I'll try to be fast, given that we're 19.7 percent over our time here today. So a couple things. This would be applicable to all municipal projects as well. A lot of times, so if it's a whole day or part of a day, even if it's part of a day, guess what? It's the whole day. There are very, very few, if any, companies here that own the heavy equipment. Like, so if you're the developer, you are renting that equipment, you rent it by the day. You also rent the operators by the day. So if you're doing half a day, you're paying for the full day. So everything just got more expensive. We have a noise bylaw that deals with duration. Things being noisy for a short amount of time is not in violation of that. This would potentially maybe mean your contractor on your home who is now building your deck can't do that. How upset are they going to be? I think it would be very problematic because it is not just a percentage of a couple hours, it's an entire day. And this would be one of those things where we'd have to really weigh is how many people truly are being affected, and can't we not already address that with the noise bylaw we have if the duration is there? And that's me talking really fast, so I probably missed something.
Councillor Greenfield.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Deputy Mayor, for bringing this notice of motion forward. I'm having problems with this, and I'm going to speak from small time construction experience, but construction is much like farming. It's weather dependent. And sometimes the weather plays havoc with it. I can think of about, it was only about a month ago, maybe 5 weeks ago, I went down Trowbridge Street, deliberately going down there to check out Skydive, see what was going on. It was a Sunday morning, beautiful Sunday morning. At about 11 o'clock, there were a couple of roofers working up on a 3-story house. Sunday morning, that roof needed to be done. We had had poor weather prior, and they were taking advantage of us. Now, there were no high hose or dump trucks, but nail gun surprisingly makes a bit of noise, and you could certainly hear it. A couple neighborhoods away. I can remember many years ago I was involved in a cement block basement, and a rather over exuberant bulldozer driver with his backfill got a bit too close to the basement wall, and the basement wall collapsed. That was on a Thursday. There was a pre-built home coming the next Wednesday to go on that basement wall. We had to get 7 or 8 people in on Saturday and Sunday, first of all, to tear down what was left of the wall, clean up the blocks, and then rebuild it. Had we not been there on the weekend, and there was noise, gas-powered mortar mixer makes some noise. It was in a residential area. The decision was it needed to be done. So we did it, and the house came and got set on the basement. There are exceptions. I feel sorry for the folks down there. I've talked to them. I've heard them. They've been worrying now for 1.5 years about noise, amongst other things. But again, if we're going to have a development, if we're going to grow our economy, if we're going to have sustainability in the future, these things have to happen. So I'm afraid, Deputy Mayor, I can't support your notice of motion.
Councillor Bell.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. This is what council members do. You all remember when we talked about out on, I think it was the 8th concession in Sydenham, Councillor Bartley, where they're talking about the trucks and the dust and the noise and everything. So we met with them, we brought something back. So we engaged with people. And so you've engaged with the people there, and you've brought something forward, and that's what we do. So I appreciate you doing that. Other aspect that I thought about is that we would be changing the rules in midstream here. So someone has taken on this project And they looked up what we do in our municipality and they said, well, we can do 13 hours, then we can do 9 hours, and now we're just trimming them and right in midstream. And so just on changing the rules as we move forward, I can't support this either. But one thing about how this council gets along very well, Mr. Mayor, with one another. Just on a lighthearted note, Councillor Urick, you scared me because my piece of paper with what you started out with when you did your calculations, okay, it was exactly the same thing. You started thinking about the impact of the hours, and I thought, man, this guy thinks like me. It's just, it might be too much. So, Mr. Mayor, we get along very well with one another.
So I'm going to call the question. All in favor?
Yeah. No.
Okay. Sorry, the motion. Yes. Yes, I don't believe that this is going to carry, but anyway, you have to vote on it. This is the deputy mayor's motion on noise and limiting it on Saturdays. All in favor? Very good. Okay.
I think, Mr. Mayor, as it looks like it's not going to pass, if we could have a show of hands for against as well.
Yes, okay.
I'm not normally too worried about that when it's a 6-1 or something, but as we're making a decision the other way, it'd be good to see it.
So those against? Thank you. Next, I have a recommendation, be it resolved that Council of the Municipality of Meaford hereby adopt the minutes of the council meeting held on November 20th, 2023, and the closed meeting held on November 20th, 2023. Mover and seconder. Okay, it's moved by Councillor Greenfield, seconded by Councillor Bartley. All in favor? That is carried. Is there anything on the communications agenda that anyone wishes to raise, Deputy Mayor?
And I am sorry to extend the meeting. I'll be fast. Number 17 on communications. Sender Municipality of Aaron Eldersley, but coming to us from Grey Highlands, the resolution regarding battery energy storage systems, which comes back to our discussion about STAs and the ability of our fire department to inspect these types of operations, and just wondering if that's anything that we need to consider or discuss or adopt or do anything about. So just looking for staff's opinion.
I'm going to read this very quickly as you ask me.
And while you're doing that, Matt, if I may, I mean, we have a deputation coming to County Council on Thursday with regards to this. It speaks to storage systems containing flammable electrolytes, and during thermal runaway, large amounts of flammable and potentially toxic battery gases are generated, which certainly are a fire hazard. And I don't know if our firefighters are trained to manage such things, or just where we stand on that.
A very quick look at this. I don't think if the Ontario Fire Marshal puts in regulations about inspections, I don't think that is a resourcing problem for us because we have so very few of these in the municipality. With regard to whether we're concerned about it or not something I've talked about with the fire department, but we would normally base all of these kind of things on what the Ontario Fire Marshal told us to do. And as we haven't had anything to the best of my knowledge about this, then no.
Okay, I think that we are moving next into a closed session. So I think we need a vote to do that. Be it resolved that Council of the Municipality of Meaford does now go into a closed session at 5:20 p.m. with the interim CAO, Director of Development Services, and the Deputy Clerk in attendance to discuss litigation or potential litigation involving matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality, specifically an appeal to the Ontario Land Tribunal related to bylaw 2023-64. All in favor? And we'll see you on the other side. Okay, we're coming out of our closed session at this point, and I just would like to report that council gave direction to staff on litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality, and specifically an appeal at the Ontario Land Tribunal related to bylaw 2023-64. Now, I have a recommendation that bylaw 2023-81, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the Council of the Municipality of Meaford at its regular and special meetings held in the month of December 2023, be taken as read a first, second, and third time and finally passed. Do I have a mover and a seconder? Moved by Deputy Mayor Kibini, seconded by Councillor Bell. All in favor? And that is passed. And this meeting is adjourned.